Good evening. Tonight we're going to be trying to progress some more through the list of dungeons that we're going to try to solo. Specifically, last time we left off with an interesting result where Brayflox Longstop basically wasn't going to budge very much. To be specific, if you didn't watch, first we had problems with the first boss. And the first boss hit extremely hard, and the only way we managed to get it was by using things like blinding potions. Second of all, we also used a special unique potion that you can buy from your free company. It being unique meant we could only bring one, and speaking of which, I will grab one. We tried with Dark Knight, and we beat eventually the first boss with every single trick up our sleeve. Of course, synced at minimum item level. Then we fought the second boss, which was not as hard, certainly not as hard, but it wasn't easy either. I do believe we still made use of every single tool we had available to actually make it. So that was already disturbingly worrying. And then we got to Mudpuppy. Based on its difficulty, normally when you do it on like synced, when you're getting your leveling roulette or whatever, Mudpuppy is such an easy fight that players typically just ignore the bubble that is placed on one of your party members, typically the healer, and the boss will die in short order, so completely irrelevant. Now, what we experienced was that it took so much effort to break the bubble, and the bubble makes you take more damage, that we died because we got overwhelmed because the bubble itself snares you, and the boss uses a frontal cone attack that does too much damage to ignore. So you have to kill the bubble so that you can move out of that. And that's basically the proposition. So we ran into the situation that we could not keep up with the healing requirement, which means that tonight instead we're going to try with Scholar. What Scholar has that Dark Knight doesn't is an infinite healing source, whereas Dark Knight needs to get into melee range to do 1, 2, 3 combos to get anything. Scholar can literally kite enemies around the battlefield and heal because of their pet. And we also have access to barriers, although if we're kiting, it's 1 every minute. That might help us on the first 2 bosses. On Mudpuppy, the hope is that we can survive long enough to kill it. Don't know if it's actually going to help or if it's going to work. We're going to give it a try. I'm going to try. And if we can't beat the bosses, then the only other thing I have left is to go back with Dark Knight, but without the minimum item level toggle turned on, which will give us, I think it's 2 levels? think it's 2 levels. If that makes it suddenly easier, doubt it, but if it does, then it might be possible. If Dark Knight feels equally as difficult, then my next suggestion is trying with Blue Mage. But my point is that if Scholar can't do it, then we're starting to run out of options. That's what I'm getting at. Now, let me just see the chat. Coco says, what, is that a chicken? Is that a turkey? I'm guessing it's supposed to be Pelican, because that's the first boss. And hey, Skeleton Orchestra, glad to see this is back. I'm glad to hear that. It's not very easy to know how appreciated a specific type of stream is. But I'm glad to hear that that you're back. Or that you also appreciate it. Gilano says, hello? Hello, Gilano. Skeleton Orchestra says, Warrior's Berserk on Storm's Path for crit healing might be worth looking at for burst after the cone. Actually, I'm relatively confident that... Does that work like that? Does that actually work like that? It might work like that. Let me just test it. But that is a good point. The reason why I basically haven't even given Warrior a chance is because I think we talked a little bit about this last stream, but at level 26, Dark Knight has 300 cure potency every third GCD, so that's 100 per GCD, and Storm's Path is only 250, so if Dark Knight can't keep up the pressure, like can't keep up with the healing, then Warrior has no chance. Was at least the expectation. So now you might be wondering why I'm here. The reason is we can test whether your suggestion works. I have never tested this or kept paid close attention to it, but we're going to test it. So you say Storm's Path with Berserk makes the heal crit. It does not. That is a really extremely specific thing. I believe, yes, it's a really complicated trick, Skeleton Orchestra, and I actually talk about this in the video coming out on Friday. Watch the premiere. So, the trick... The reason why Fell Cleave with Bloodwetting doesn't heal you while you have Inner Release is the same reason that Storm's Path doesn't heal you with Berserk. The trick is that forcing an attack to critical hit does not make the entire action critical hit. Now, the reason why I found it necessary to test immediately before saying this is because it's janky enough and a rare enough situation that that there might be exceptions. So I was going to take I was going to test it before I claimed that you were wrong. But the exception, or the cases where it does work, is you need to look for attacks that has the critical hit built into the attack. So what that means is Fell Cleave with Bloodwetting and Inner Release says Inner Release makes Fell Cleave critical hit, but it does not make Bloodwetting critical hit. Berserk says that it guarantees the weapon skill's attacks. I don't know if that has a correlation with this interaction. But if an attack directly says itself that it delivers a critical hit, like it just flat out says it's always a critical hit, like Primal Rend or Chaotic Cyclone or Inner Chaos, then they will actually guarantee that the heal will also critical hit. And I can demonstrate this if this mob will survive my attacking it once. Do this, Bloodwetting, and then Inner Chaos. Guaranteed critical heal. I suppose that might have been what you heard. Also, I would just like to deliver a thank you to YouTube's concurrent viewer graph, which shows that for a good 3 or 4 minutes I had -1 viewer, and this was happening while Coco, Skeleton Orchestra, and Gelano were talking. Good job! Good one. But yeah, it was a good idea, and the suggestion that using Berserk to deal with the bubble quickly was also like an idea, because my concern with Scholar is there are two things. The first one is the first boss summons adds at an interval. It's not HP, it's just every X time it summons more adds. If we can't kill the adds in time, then they will overwhelm us. Then we have to either choose between, maybe we can kite the adds, just permanently kite them and just ignore them by that token, and then just dot the boss and run laps for 10 minutes. Or kill the adds and the boss and find out that it's pretty fine. The second thing is Scholar's damage output is lower than Dark Knight, which means that if we get to Mudpuppy, we will probably have to live through the bubble sometimes, like live through massive damage by virtue of massive healing. And these things combined makes this not much easier. Not very much easier. Now, I still have a bunch of tools that I've brought, and we need an extra tool for this, which is Echo Drops. And the reason for that is that the adds before the first boss cast Silence for some reason. So we need to make sure that we can deal with that. Now, I think that's everything. We have had a little talk about the shenanigans, and as I said, either we can do it with Scholar, or we have to like lower the difficulty a little bit, because apparently Brayflox Longstop is the first big grand barrier that we're going to face. Remember to bring tea. Oh yeah, we should probably use a food buff for some extra health. That helps a little bit. Now, what tools do we actually have? We have attacks, we have Adlocurium, we have Whispering Dawn. Right. That's a lot more than last time. One trick we will have access to while doing this is going to be fishing for an Adlocurium crit. That is going to be one of the... Oh boy, they hit very hard. That is going to be very helpful for the beginning of a fight. Also, I just remember that I haven't actually put repose on my bars. I should do that. Now that's a lot of damage. And if you saw the first episode of this, you will remember the incredible kiting shenanigans that we had to deal with. Can you say goodnight? Thank you. I have a feeling that my pet is going to have a very hard time keeping up with the healing. But if you might remember that while the adds were quite scary, even on Dark Knight last time, this is much scarier with a healer, because we're taking far more damage and there's just not much we can do about it. The only thing I have against it is using Adlocurium for barriers, and I did consider using Sage instead, because you can cast the barrier while running, which could be helpful in its own right. The reason why I decided against that is because if we're not attacking, then we're not healing. So it might be very difficult to get anything done like that. But the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking it might be easier, because we can just spam Ukrainian doses for heals when we want them. I don't have enough slots on my bars for all this. I need every single tool in the game on my bars all at once. That makes it a little hard. I forgot to use Advocatum preemptively. I wish I had Ruin 2. That would make this way easier. I think we just have to attack the monkey and hope that we can kill that before it kills us. That is a problem. Nope. Am I forgetting something? We have Whispering Dawn. Would that help? Together. Wait a minute. Have I just? I think I've cracked the code. Now I just need to survive. Did you see this? I don't know if you saw what happened there. I've managed to pull the monkey on its own. Somehow, I don't ask how. I managed to do it simply by wishing it hard enough, I suppose. The blind potion might help. The thing is, we can only use one of them per like minute, 2 minutes, and that only makes one of the enemies hit a little less often. So that's why I didn't really bother. But this random lucky shot that the monkey decided to attack me alone might be what we needed. Look how much damage it's doing on its own. Cheers from the jungle. That's ridiculous. I don't know how I did that. My guess is that as I came back, the monkey somehow took damage from blinding it from bio. I don't know how that is possible, but I think that's what happened. I'm going to sleep you. And then we just try to rush down this one while we can. Now, one of the key problems that we're running into is that in the dungeons we did as Scholar previously, we managed to get by because our pet could outpace like one mob, something to that effect. It could outpace one mob in damage by just spam healing. That is not possible, as you can see. Did I get interrupted? As one of these colibris deal more damage than like 50% more damage than Embrace. Embrace has to crit every hit for this to even have a chance of working. So, and if I remember correctly, the tank buster, the random tank busters on the boss hit for like 200 on a tank. 200 or 250, I think. And that was just like surprise bonus attack. I don't know how much they're going to do on a healer, but my guess off the top of my head would be double. And we discovered that if you run away from it, if you run away from it, it will just use it when you're in range. Skeleton says, since sleep spells cancel auto attack, can you auto attack one enemy while you sleep a second one? Yes. Did I forget to auto attack between? I suppose that would help a lot if that's what I've been doing. But yeah, the reason why you have to rush it is because obviously the enemies have diminishing returns on crowd control. So the only way to make this happen is if we can like sleep one enemy and then kill another one. The problem is that there's 3 enemies in most packs, and the reason why I'm looking so hardly on this rain catcher is because it has silence. It has silence. For some reason they decided to give it silence. But yeah, you could do that. The important thing is that you don't want to accidentally auto attack the wrong mob, of course. There was the silence cast, I'm pretty sure. I just happened to be out of range for it when it happened. This looks really silly. Just imagine for a moment that you spawn into a group doing Brayflox Longstop, and what you see is like the scholar doing this. Do you leave the group? Do you give up immediately? Just go, nope. No, this is probably not going to happen. Actually, just placing dots on the colibris and running has done like half of their health over the course of the fight. And there's also a disadvantage that we would face with using Sage instead, is that I believe the Sage dot is weaker. So that, like, this strategy of just running in circles like that, it would be way easier to run in circles on account of us having an instant cast shield. But then our dot would be weaker. The one thing we're missing is a spammable ranged attack. That would really tie everything together with a nice bow. But we don't have that, not until level 38. Now, we fish for a crit while we have full MP. When we get that, we go in. We dot everything up. The question is how many bios. There we go. The first question is, will one bio kill each ad? If yes, then this could work. I regret using my instant cast on a ruin. And the verdict is it will not kill them. So our working strategy is going to be run in circles and don't die. And that's not going to work when the boss hits like this hard. Oh, we dodged one. Also, it turns out that blinding potions have, like, melee range. Ow. Macro for the fight? Run in circles and don't die. Ah yes, boss fight macros. Lamau, just run in circles and don't die. So if this doesn't work, then the thing that might make or break it is if we could spam shields with Sage, it might work. So like we could go out in and again with Sage and see if the spammable instant cast shields would make a difference. The thing is then we'd probably just run out of MP instead. If we don't run out of time. Okay, so the ads need 2 bios each. Also, that was an absurd amount of damage just right out the gate. I think there's a chance they actually need more than more than 2 bios, and if that's the case, then this is going to be a really hard fight. More harder than it already is. Coco says, how much we betting on the time Sky dies to that stupid bird? I think it would be a bad idea to bet on it unless you're betting on me losing. And there's more ads before we could actually kill the original ads. I think, yeah, I don't think this is going to work. How much health does the boss have? Oh, it has 94%. I don't think Scholar can do it. I don't think Scholar can do it. I will adjust, see if we can get it with Sage, because I don't want to remove minimum level. I want to be able to do this. It's more fun if we can. So we go in again with Sage, then we see what we have instead. Yeah, exactly, Skeleton. It would take like 20 minutes of perfect play to kill it, just chugging potions on cooldown and everything. It's insane. So yeah, blinding there. This one goes here. Echo drops go there. Actually, I think it's better to do it like this. And shield up. So the key difference here is, oh, we actually have an instant attack. I completely forgot about Flemmer. The key difference is that we have a way easier time kiting literally everything, because we don't have to stop for any reason. Other than attacking, really. But if we have enough MP, then we can actually go on forever. Can you give me a crit? Hello? No crits in this house. Did I already spend all of my crit luck? I think I did. I don't know what's happening. There it is. It was waiting for me to ask the question. AMD is bad for streaming? Okay. I have a good friend that has an AMD graphics card. I believe they got it because of, you know, it's very nicely priced. And has a good performance to go with that. But he kept running into all sorts of compatibility issues. So when you sent that picture of the random error this morning, I wasn't surprised. But I'm sure that there's a workaround to deal with it. Also, I've just noticed that somehow it seems like Sage can just naturally keep up with the damage from one mob, where the pet couldn't. So that is a good sign. So what we're going to do here is same plan. Actually, I'm just going to use Lucid Dreaming to get some more MP. The reason I'm just spamming like this instead of trying to be hyper efficient is that we only have 87 minutes. So if I go through this dungeon perfectly and then we run out of time, then it's completely pointless, right? Hey, Nikolai. That's a weird-looking Stranglethorn Veil. Yes, I suppose so. I haven't considered that it looks similar to Stranglethorn Veil. Ow. Stranglethorn Veil, for those that are a little bit stumped, is a zone in... Oh, I'm getting stuck on terrain right now. A zone in World of Warcraft that is very tropical. We had a lucky crit, I just realized. Okay, so far it seems that Sage is surprisingly stronger than Scholar at dealing with this, somehow. I suppose the Flemmer is really doing a lot of work, and Physis being stronger than Whispering Dawn, I'm pretty sure, also helps a lot. Not to mention, we didn't really use Whispering Dawn very much when we tried with Scholar. Wow, reference in a Final Fantasy XIV stream. Well, you know, Final Fantasy XIV is heavily inspired by many World of Warcraft mechanics. So we did it. And that we did it without dying and without shenanigans involving a mob pulling itself alone somehow. Yeah, exactly, Skeleton. Eucrasia is level 30, so before level 30, we would literally be playing a worse in every single relevant aspect Scholar, because you'd just be playing Scholar, but without any of the good spells, like any of the good tools. You would even be missing, like, you would have no dot, you would have no shields. Scholar doesn't have shield until level 30 either, but they would have a dot at the very least. Granted, Bio 1 is really, really, really bad, like terribly bad. But Bio 2 is pretty good. I'm pretty sure Bio 2 is better than Eucrasian doses in this level range. Yeah, this feels suddenly a lot more doable. Just being able to run away and pop a shield like this makes it feel a lot more possible somehow. It also feels like Sage is taking less damage, but I'm pretty sure that's just me who's feeling like it is like that. But exactly, Skeleton, if you're queuing for low-level dungeon, like if you're queuing for leveling dungeon and you're playing Sage and you get popped into something like Sastasha, that's a bad day. It's not very fun. That's why if I'm queuing for leveling roulettes as healer and I have a suspicion that we're going to get a low-level dungeon, I will usually pick Scholar, because Scholar is, in contrast, incredibly overpowered in low-level dungeons. Sage is too, but Sage needs to get to level 30 first, before it kind of evens out. Is your creation doses that? Your creation doses is 300 potency in total. Your creation doses is 30 potency times 10. Google wrong. The reason why Google wrong is because of this. And this. So when you unlock Sage at level 70, you already have this trait, which makes your creation doses do 40 every 3 seconds. But at level 1, or 30, it's only 30. If you've ever wondered how I get a hold of low-level tooltips when I'm making a guide or a video of any sort, I use the sync tooltip, like the sync tools, just sync into a really low-level dungeon. The most annoying cases are when a job learns a spell and it's replaced before you enter Sastasha. Then I have to go out and find like a level 10 Fate. Also, if you're wondering how you figure out how much the Ruby Ruin, Topaz Ruin and Emerald Ruins do, how much damage they do for a summoner, they're not listed anywhere. You have to go into combat and like access them that way. So you have to go to a Fate and then use like summon Ruby Carbuncle and then quickly take your pictures while you're still fighting something. Actually, let me try something here. How much damage does that do? That is a lot! Ouchies. I need that health. Don't smack me like that. Don't smack me like that. That really hurts. You know? Ow. I need that health. I'm using that, Pelican. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm actually using that health. Ow. So I'm going to try and stockpile the Flemers. Maybe we can just delete the ads quickly enough that they don't get a chance to do as much. Doesn't seem like it, but it helped a lot more. That was a very lucky crit, which helped me with finding time to cast Isunas. Now I need to do it again, so it didn't actually help that much. Ow. So I've done 15% of its health and I'm down to 40% MP. And there's more ads. Any suggestions, chat? Ow. I'm not tapped out. Fair enough. Hit it hard. Good ideas. Let me find a mallet. Bonk it on the head. Ow. Ow. I've noticed something. It feels like more ads aren't spawning while the ads have been here, or they just take a certain amount of time to spawn. That's like the possibilities. I think I might have gone through that line of thought last stream as well. But that's an even stronger ad. Maybe there's like a set amount of ads, and maybe we just have to outlast those. Like, maybe it runs out of ads eventually. We just have to live long enough to see the final ads. I'm willing to believe that that might be the case, because the Sableback wasn't there earlier. And I'm pretty sure I'm doing... Okay, there's even more, and the Sableback is in the next pack as well. Maybe this isn't going to work. Ow. Just keep running! Cast Sapotender Imperatrice has 100,000 needles. Oh, if only I had that. Imagine if you could learn that. Just endlessly running does seem to do something. I feel like I'm managing to make the same amount of MP last longer. I'm just hoping and praying that eventually there's going to not be more ads. But I don't think that is going to be the case. So we either just have to flat out ignore the ads and just go for the big pelican. Or we will have to... Actually, that's not even an either or. We have to try and endlessly kill them, possibly for no benefit. Or we have to not kill them and just run forever. The question is, how many ads are there going to be in total? Like, if I just stop dealing with them, will they stop spawning? Or can we have 300 ads? Can we tank the server? Wait a minute, there's only 2 ads this time. Maybe it, like, is up to a certain amount of ads? Science! With Kai. That's a lot of dots. That's a lot of dots. Many dots, handle it. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, 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 I won't stop running then. If you're going to be like that about it. Okay, so we have 5 ads right now. Let's see if only 1 ad spawns the next time. Then I think we have figured it out. A flock of this emerged from the jungle. That's a flock. That's 1. So apparently that's the science of this boss fight. It spawns 3 ads at a time, but never more than that. There can never be more than 6 ads. So if you just ignore the ads, if you ignore. Yeah, you said there are different kinds of ads. If you only kill one type, you get 6 of the easier kind. Now, that is a good point. I don't know which kind I would call the easier type. So, I don't know if the Sableback or the Violetback is the weaker one. But if the Sableback is the harder one, then I've already managed to do this. By random. And then I've managed to get a Sableback. Excellent. Well, there is one thing we can do. We can literally spam heal by just repeatedly refreshing the dot. Don't know if that is more efficient though. Hey Orion, how are you doing? Welcome to Kai runs a marathon in the jungle, the stream. Hey Kyan, how are you doing? Ow. I think this fight has been going on for 8 minutes, or is it 6? Ow. You're doing good, that's good to hear. A lizard being chased by birds and a pelican. The stream. Welcome to my Get Fit tutorial. One easy way of getting fit. Ow. Just get chased by birds. So if you're wondering why I'm spamming the dot like this, it's a more mana efficient way of healing if I don't need the shield. So I can just heal for 100 for 400 mana instead of healing for like 250, 240 for 1000. Well, 900. Actually, maybe the shield is the more efficient way. Okay, now we have 2 Sablebacks. Here, be blind. Ow. Wow. Now that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we're still on Brayflox, Kyan. It's apparently really hard. So the reason I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. So we got to Mudpuppy last time with Dark Knight, but Mudpuppy's damage, Mudpuppy's DPS is too high for tanks healing. The reason why Dark Knight is the example in this case is because Dark Knight has the highest healing potential at level 32. Like, it's that specific. It's specifically the strongest tank at level 30. That's how specific we're talking here. And it could not keep up. So that wasn't going to work. We tried everything. So what we're doing now is we're trying with a healer. We already had to give up with Scholar because they couldn't. I couldn't do anything because I can't do very much because I have to stand still to do most things. Whereas Sage can do a little bit more while running. Can also do this. But I'm not sure how much it helps because more ads will just spawn to replace the other ones. Like so. That's why I'm not really trying very hard to kill the ads. Because if you kill the ads, the game just goes, oh, looks like you're missing some ads. Let me help you with that. So it seems that it is possible to kill Great Pelican by simply outlasting it like this. This fight has certainly lasted 10 minutes now. So this is this is how you solo Brayflox Longstop as Great Yellow Pelican. It's not very effective. I wouldn't recommend it. Just do it unsynced if you need a drop from this dungeon, seriously. Skeleton says, apparently the Sables cast Sleep, but never hit, and Violet casts Poison. I think the reason why the Sables keep missing is because their Sleep is a cone attack, perhaps? Could that be it? So one reason why this isn't good enough is that there are 3 more bosses after this one. And if they all take, like, with trash leading up to them, over 30 minutes each, then we will lose to time. Instead of losing to the actual boss, which is almost more sad. I could have killed the boss if you had given me more time. This is this is silly. But I wouldn't be surprised if these sablebacks actually cast sleep, like those cone attacks. And if that's the way it works, then it would actually be better to have only sablebacks, because the dot hurts a lot more than the sleeps that never land. Run. This is Benny Hill theme would also work. Yeah, it would. Basically, if we're going with Final Fantasy XIV music, then anything from most silly music from the Hildebrand storyline, I think, could also work. Ow. How long would it take to kill Great Pelican if you exclusively use around 30 potency per 3 seconds? How many times do you need to hit Great Pelican for 10 potency per second to kill it? Let's watch now. You know, we have done something similar to this on a boss as Scholar, but this is a completely different level of silly. The instant that I killed the mobs. Gaiji Mythbusters, but for questions no one ever asked. I mean, the other day I tested whether a blind potion works, like in an, what's it, eye drops? The item that removes blinds, if it works on accuracy down. I can report that it doesn't work. I don't know who would need this information, but in case you do, got you covered there. Ow. It's quite ridiculous when bosses don't have an end rage, don't you think? If you've ever wondered why savage boss fights and extreme boss fights always typically have an end rage, just send this video here, like just this stream, just paste that as proof of why that is. We're getting closer. After like 15 minutes of constant fighting, we're at the final home stretch. There's bluebacks now. Hey, Skeleton, what do bluebacks do? Ow. They better not use Hammerbeak, because if they do, we're dead. Ow. That is interesting. I healed fully, took damage, and then my shields got applied. They petrify. Oh boy. But that's also a cone attack, which means that by design they're weaker than they're less scary than the violet backs for the same reasons. Ow. Actually, since we're just waiting for the dot to take out on Pelican anyway, let me see if we can get rid of just the violets. And then watch me the moment that I have gotten that magic setup where there's no violets, kill one of the other ads with the Flemma AoE. One key thing that this boss has that the other bosses don't have is ads, so there is a possibility that running would be less crucial on the other bosses. We would still need to kite a bit. But I think based on this, if Sage can't do it, if Sage can't do this, then I don't think there's any reason to go in again with normal sync, with like Dark Knight, because 2 levels, I don't think 2 levels is going to make the difference. Genuinely, I don't think that's going to make enough of a splash. There are so many songs that would fit this scene. Well, I'm looking forward to you guys sending random meme clips of this then. You're very welcome to clip this. Skeleton says, I can check if anyone gets a skill of 33 or 34. Well, Dark Knight doesn't, and Warrior, Gunbreaker, and Paladin will not get anything powerful enough to best Dark Knight. But thank you anyway. Hey, Woolly Ram, how are you doing? As you can see, I'm on my weight loss. What's it? Imagine that, losing the word you were looking for right as you were about to say it. Oh yeah, just for the record, if you're the type of person to make funny clips on YouTube, I still have yet to see anyone clip anything I've done on my channel. So, and it's not because it isn't. Yeah, exactly. My weight loss journey, Ravio. It's not because I don't want people to clip my stuff. It's just that people haven't. So, be the first. There you go. You can send the trophy in the mail. I feel like this is lacking a little bit of it's missing a little something. I feel like the complete silence of no music is a little boring after all that. At least we got a Longstop globe. Suppose that's my trophy. Wow. That was dumb. That was ridiculously dumb. And that also, we've spent a third of the dungeon to kill the trash leading up to the first boss and the first boss. And Will Ram says, I've lost a lot of weight with keto and working out, but man, I miss crunchy food. Ah, yeah, I get that. Is there nothing you can do for crunchy food at all? On keto? Another treasure. Ooh, a ring and boots. Ow, 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 ouchies. Owie! Don't do that. That you could kill someone with that comet chaser. Be careful. Yeah, the joke was that it took us around 20 minutes of constant kiting to kill the first boss in Brayflox Longstop with Sage. I believe we killed it significantly faster on Dark Knight, but it was a lot of luck, if I remember correctly. No healers or tanks get anything at 33 or 34. I think the closest you get is that tanks technically get arm's length at 32, but because it's a roll action, you still keep it when you get scaled down, so it doesn't really count. Oh boy. Guess what we're doing? Alright, cue the running music. Oh boy, some of them can use ranged attacks. You know what, I'll sleep you. That'll make it... Or not, I'll just get interrupted. That's fine, that's fine. I didn't want to cast it anyway. Don't even worry about it. Omega Blade of Root Sandstorm. I certainly chose the correct mob to crowd control. If I had done it on the Ash Drake wastes a lot of time casting cone AoEs. Alright, sure cast. Sleep you. Heal myself. Switch target. The reason why I switched like that is because I'm pretty sure the other Comet Chaser might be pretty much dead by the time it comes out of the crowd control there. So we might be have an easier time dealing with just sniping that one in a single hit when it finally comes out of it. I should use focus target more. Oh look, there it is. Ugh. There we go. I have a sneaking suspicion that if we can kill this next boss, it's going to be either Mudpuppy or Time that loses us this run. Like, if we lose to Time, then it's not going to happen. Oh yeah, we also used our big potion. Just give me a crit, thank you. Thank you very much. How hard do you hit? What am I doing tonight? We are trying to solo dungeons. Oh right, that one hits like a freight train. I forgot. Maybe I can kite it. Good. I think I remember that it was very weak to kiting. 400 regular attack. Are you serious? Are you actually for real? It just smacked me for 400 clean. No crit or anything. It just... I love that. Oh, yeah, I love that. Yeah, we're trying to solo dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV on the hardest difficulty settings possible, which means that we have, it's of course unrestricted, level synced to the dungeon. Oh, I need to reapply my dot. But we're also using the minimum item level setting, which on leveling dungeons actually sets your level to the minimum possible to enter the dungeon. Which is why we're level 32 and not 34. So the reason why I'm switching target is because I have a hope that we might be able to kill that ad before it kills us. And with the amount of damage the boss does, we can't deal with both at once. Not for an extended period. And speaking of extended period, we don't have time to kite this boss for 30 minutes. So that's why I'm choosing against safety to stop to cast properly, regularly. There's also the part that you have to kill both enemies to finish the boss fight anyway, so you can't just rush down the boss. That is not an option. Yeah, if you've seen this is, I've labeled this as part 3 of this series. Ow. In the first 2 parts, we've cleared every single dungeon and trial available up to this point, with varying degrees of success, but for the most part, they've been very, very manageable. Even Hawk Manor, where the double boss with the skeleton and the imp, I think we wiped like 4 or 5 times on that one. Something like that. And we had to find a way to line of sight the imp on the regular and kite it a little bit and tricks like that. So, if you think this is absurd... Oh yeah, also that, you were missing a lot of gear there, to be fair. We went in, did Hawk Manor while not wearing pants or boots or gloves. Like, we're wearing just enough to be modest. So yeah, that's true. And that was... We still didn't put very much gear on despite wiping multiple times, because I had a feeling that it could be done anyway. Oh man, it's so much damage. It's so much damage. Ow. Ow. Okay, it is going to die. I don't think this one has any more sleeves. Anything up its sleeves. According to Limsa, pants are option. I suppose you're right. Can you not do that? Can you maybe not do that? Can you not do that, Brayflox? Can you maybe not do that? Oh right, the reflect. But that's only physical damage. Blind. Take that. Ow. Can you not do that? Is that a possibility, Brayflox? Can you maybe do a Brayflox Longstop, if you know what I mean? No matter the gear, we do need the pink dye, indeed. I would like to also point to the fact that I have 999 of those. So I'm always prepared with the pink dye. Imagine if you imagine you lose if Brayflox dies. I don't know. Can I heal him? Well, that will have to wait. I can heal Brayflox. that is worrying, because that might mean that we have to keep Brayflox alive. So the important thing here is I'll try to make sure that Brayflox stays at a higher health percentage. Oh wait, Brayflox casts heal on themselves if they go low. Never mind. They also heal better than me, so... What am I even doing? Imagine if Brayflox actually weren't all talks and cast heals on me, right? Tank it, Brayflox. Just tank it. Ah, I didn't want that. I did not want that. We're just going completely dry on mana. Can you... No! No! Bad Brayflox! Bad Brayflox! We entered this fight. Oh wait, we started this part of the, like, the trash for this boss. We started on with 2/3 of the dungeon left, or 2/3 of the dungeon's timer left, I believe. So that means if we can keep up this pace, we need to, like, we are beating this part of the dungeon in around 15 minutes. Where the first part took 30. So we have 45 minutes for Mudpuppy and the dragon. And bye! Whew. We were completely out of MP multiple times. Next trash mobs. No crit. Can I have a crit? Can I have a crit? I love it when there's 3 mobs. I believe the Fs regularly waste time casting spells of some sort. So I'm pretty sure those are the easier ones to fight. Or maybe not. They also cast instant spells and stagnant spray. Which it appears they cast a lot. I don't know how much damage it does because I've had a shield all this time. There it is. Peculiar Light. Yeah, Peculiar Light is a Blue Mage spell, actually. It is one of the less important ones, because what it does is that it increases magic damage taken by the target. Specifically, only magic damage. The reason why that isn't very impressive is because you're going to be using Off Guard, which basically does the same, except it's for all damage. The only time you would want to use Peculiar Light is if you already have 4 Blue Mages diligently keeping Off Guard up on the target. Because then if you also have 4 Blue Mages keeping Peculiar Light up on the target, you can have both at the same time. Which is more. But I believe in most cases, Peculiar Light is considered worse than an actually useful spell. I used it a lot in dungeons before I got Ultra Vibration since it's AoE. That is a good point. I think I've generally just not thought about that, because I would prefer to focus down one target with whatever I have. Like, there are a lot of utility spells you can use as a Blue Mage that makes Peculiar Light a little bit overkill, I would say. Like, you don't need all of that. I think the Swarm Pugil thing is the scariest out of this bunch. But I don't like two of these guys either. A benefit of running really far away while one of the mobs is crowd controlled is that it gives me more time to figure out what I'm going to do about it when it reaches me. Oh boy. That was really, really dumb, Kai. That was, like, incredibly dumb. Like, that is a whole new level of wastefulness, my friend. Let's use our sleep finally on one of the enemies and then promptly AoE the other one so that it breaks the sleep. Smart. I think there's one pack and then we're at Mudpuppy. Ow. And just for those that came in late to hear that, Mudpuppy, last time we did one of these streams, was the thing that stopped us. It was not possible for a tank to both kill the bubbles in time, but also be able to keep up with the healing requirement of Mudpuppy. Now, one of the things that I remember was that I was in the I had the suspicion that Mudpuppy actually is more likely to cast the bubble thing on you if you're not in melee range. I never figured out if that was actually true, or whether it just really, really likes to spam it a lot at some point. But either way, we're going to give it a few tries with this with Mudpuppy when we get to that. Maybe we can do it. That is the hope that we can with Sage, because if we can't with Sage, then I have nothing left. I think I will try with Blue Mage, and I'm relatively confident Blue Mage can almost one-shot it based on what works and what doesn't work on a boss like that. How easy it's going to be boils down to whether Ultra Vibration and Freeze works. Maybe Missile works. But either way you slice it, if there's anyone watching the stream that has not experienced the glory that is a Blue Mage dealing with regular content, it's going to be really, really funny how easy it's going to be after how much trouble I've gone through as a Sage with this. I'm pretty sure. Blue Mage in content that isn't designed explicitly for Blue Mage always feels like cheat codes. That's how strong it is. And the only way to balance it out is to either have bosses resist the kind of shenanigans that Blue Mage uses, or flat out make content for Blue Mage that makes it really difficult to match the power of Blue Mage itself. Almost there. And here we go. Now it's Mudpuppy time. I think it's called Masked Carnival Skeleton. I'm pretty sure it's called Masked Carnival. Okay, is there anything I've forgotten about? No. Alright, then we just need a crit shield to give us the best start possible. And then we're going to start by trying some of the shenanigans we've been getting away with on the other bosses. It's probably not going to work as well because this boss does not care. It does not care if you try to kite it. It will just force you to stick around. But we'll see what we can do. Oh, nice! Its basic attacks can interrupt me. I forgot. If I remember correctly, it's a specific health threshold where it just goes absolutely ballistics with the bubbles. So while you're not seeing it at all right now, it's going to come, and that stagnant spray is the thing that kills you if you're still in the bubble when that comes around. So I'm going to try and stockpile Flemmer for that now. I used both in the opener, but now I'm going to sit on them as best I can. We're at 80%? Is it? I think it might be somewhere around there it starts to use it. But it's something I feel like I remember. Not yet. I really don't know. It used it absolutely all the time last time we were here. Like, sometimes it would use it again immediately as you came out of it. There it is. And we can't get out. Okay, we Isuna that. That is too scary. And shield that. That is insane. There it is. Yeah. Nope. It literally did 580 damage in one GCD because of the AoE. Can't stay far away because it won't cast the 2 spells, wasting time. Can't stay close because auto attacks interrupt. Yeah. It seems like its auto attacks aren't too overwhelming, so it might be possible to shield regularly. The problem is that if we, even with just the damage it was doing, it was an incredible amount of MP I had to just spam out to survive. And Woolly Ram, don't worry about it. Blue Mage is it's entirely optional content. It's not even considered a real job. So it's only if you think that it looks like fun. It's also decent if you feel like the game is lacking content to do at the moment. Then you can do that. Let me try again. So based on how it suddenly just completely went crazy with the bubbles at a certain point, I have a feeling that it is a health threshold thing. I also said this last time we tried, and I believe the conclusion was that the reason why it spams it so hard is because it's necessary for it to have a chance to use it a few times before you kill it. Hey Santu, how are you doing? I feel like it's been a little bit since you've been in the stream. Yeah, we're doing this again. We're very much at wit's end. If this isn't doable with Sage, then we're going in with Blue Mage and absolutely humiliating Hellbender here. So, did you hear that, Hellbender? Did you hear that? Maybe you should just let me win, so you don't have to fight a Blue Mage. How about that? I don't think it understands English, but it's worth a shot, right? You've been doing some prep in WoW for the Raid and Mythic Plus coming tomorrow. Oh. But I hope you have fun with the new WoW content. I think Gunbreaker would be good. The thing is, Gunbreaker is actually a little weak in this specific level range, because at this specific level, I think we're dead. At this specific level range, can you stop interrupting me, mister? At this specific level range, Gunbreaker heals 200 potency like every third GCD, and then you also have to use GCDs to use your burst strikes, right? And Dark Knight heals 300 potency every 3 GCDs, which is more. And even Warrior is like slightly stronger than Gunbreaker on that specific account. I think we're dead. Blind pot when it puts you in bubble to stop interrupts. That could work. We can try that. But yeah, Gunbreaker is actually, when you're not level 26, so you're missing your step 3 combo, then Gunbreaker is the strongest tank, because it's the only tank that has self-healing below level 26. Gunbreaker can basically beat Sastasha all the way up to, I believe, Halatali, by just using Brutal Shell. Like just spamming Keen Edge and Brutal Shell forever. You don't really need anything else. It's that strong. The only thing you have to do, like even Hawk Mana. Even in Hawk Mana, you just have, like you have to do some line of sight shenanigans, but that's basically it. But when you get beyond level, like at level 26 or above, I would say that Gunbreaker falls off heavily, which also means Hawk Mana. Hey, Yumiya. It's going fine. We spent around 30 minutes beating the first boss, and we spent 15 minutes beating the second, and now we're back at Hellbender, the the protector of the dragon for some reason. We'll try with the blind pot when we get bubbled. I don't think it's going to help, because the boss will just bubble us twice in a minute, and then we can't do it the second time. But we're going to try. We're going to try as much as we can. I don't want to give up if it can be done. Titan's Bane's Bane. True. Although, there are some bad news regarding Titan as well. I think most people will not be shocked by this, but you cannot solo Titan synced. That is not possible. I will show you why when we get to it, but it cannot be done. It cannot be done And Yumia says, why Sage? So last time we had one of these streams, we tried Dark Knight. And we didn't have enough damage to break the bubble in time. And we didn't have enough healing to heal through the damage that Hellbender did while you were in the bubble. So tanks are completely out of the question, given that Dark Knight is pretty much the strongest tank in this particular level range. Then we tried Scholar and ran into we ran into the problem that while Scholar can heal while running because of its pet, it cannot shield while running, and the pet's heals are not enough to keep you alive through all that. Actually, it's 2 minutes. I thought it was 1. Doesn't help. Giving it everything I have, but it's not very much because the bubble decreases my healing done, so it's not enough. Nope. Right. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can. It's not possible. Auto attacks help very little because, first of all, because Sage autos don't do very much. Don't do enough damage. It's a good point that we should be auto attacking, but it isn't enough. It wouldn't have made the difference. But so we tried Scholar, and the first boss, Yellow Pelican, just killed us because we didn't have barriers. Sage has the advantage that you can barrier up while running, which meant that we managed to kill Yellow Pelican by running in circles for 20 minutes. Every little helps. It's true, but the bubble had more than like 200 HP left as far as I could see, so our autos wouldn't have won us the fight. Just do it. I can't do it. Every little helps. In economics, every little helps, actually. Right. So, I've tried everything. You get 1 auto every 2 doses casts. So, let's talk about that. So the way that auto attacks work is that you see the delay on your weapon. So you can see it has how can I showcase this? I do like this. Nope. How can I do it? Never mind. So you can see it has magic damage, auto attack, and then delay. Magic damage is of course the stat that your attacks scale with. Auto attack, I believe, is the stat that your auto attack scale with. Not much. And delay is, I believe, exactly the amount of time between every auto attack. Now, if you've played World of Warcraft, you will know that the auto attack typically works by a timer. When the timer's up, you will do an auto attack when you can, unless you're casting, in which case you will do an auto attack when you're not casting. I can't remember if spells actually reset your swing timer, but that's not important. In Final Fantasy XIV, spells pause your swing timer. So your swing timer is a common name for the auto attack timer. So that means when you're casting, the auto attacks pause. So that means it says it counts down from 2.8, and when it hits 0, you will do an auto attack when you can. But if after 1 second I start casting doses, not equation doses, but if you start casting doses, it will halt until slide casting engages. So let's talk about that. When you're casting a spell, so you will probably know about animation locking if you watch this channel. Whenever you use anything, you get an animation lock for about half a second, plus a little bit based on your latency. On spells, that animation lock is actually in the end of the cast, And instead of locking you out of casting anything else, it actually makes it so that in the final half a second, plus a little bit from your latency, you can run while casting. If you've ever seen slide casting, that's how that works. When slide casting begins, as far as the server is concerned, you're not casting. Which means if you cast a spell with a 1.5 second cast time, you will pause your auto attack for 1 second. Not 1.5, just 1, which means that if you're constantly casting, then you will add 1 second to your auto attack delay every time you cast a spell. Now, as far as I saw, our auto attacks did around 20 or 30 damage. That's not nothing, but the thing is that we were going to die from that bubble anyway, so it did help, but it would not have changed anything. We would have died closer to surviving, but we still would have died. And Santos says, I remember min-maxing autos in Classic WoW while leveling melee classes to take less damage. The reason why I know about auto attacks in this much detail, you might think based on my short about mage auto attacks, that's not why. Let me just leave this. This music is too aggressive for what we're doing right here. The reason why is because when I was working on Paladin guides when they remade the job. Let me just fix these things so that I don't suddenly log in, like pick up my Sage only to find my buttons don't work right. When Paladin got reworked, I worked on guides for it, of course. While I was making the guides, like literally as I was making them, specifically the high level one, people that, you know, main the job and don't do guides on anything else were figuring out what's the best opener, what's the best rotation for the job. And while I was making a guide on one thing, they discovered another thing was better. Now, if you've watched my Paladin guide, you will know that I suggest the rotation that is basically like a priority list. Which is very, very easy to perform and varies greatly in how your burst works because you just click the buttons that are available. But when I was making the guide, I was planning on a like burst-centric one, which is very different. Now, one of the key things about a burst-centric Paladin rotation is that you will probably try to use Holy Spirit to adjust so that your burst lines up perfectly with cooldowns. So Holy Spirit does 350 potency. Surprise, you thought it was a solo stream, but it's actually a, let me just take off my imaginary hood. It's me! Job discussion! Holy Spirit does 350 potency, which is extremely specific. An extremely specific number, because use Fast Blade, that's 200, like for your melee combo, Riot Blade is 280, and Royal Authority is 380, and then you do, 3 atonements. Let me just see that I got this number correct. So, the reason why this number is important is because your 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 5 combo here, situation with 1, 2, 3 combo and then 3 atonements, do around 333 potency on average per GCD. So that means that obviously Holy Spirit is better because it does 350. Now, Paladin's auto attacks come out every 2.24 seconds. If I remember correctly, I can't remember if the magic number is 90 or 30, and that's pretty important. So let me just see if I can find that one. Auto attacks are equivalent to 90 potency every 3 seconds. 90 potency every 3 seconds. So that means if you cast Holy Spirit that means you're delaying your auto attacks by 1 second. That is equivalent to losing 30 potency. Now, why is that important? Because Holy Spirit is 350 and your basic combo rotation is 333.333. Which means that Holy Spirit is like 16 potency better, right? 16! Except if it costs you 30 potency every time you use it, then it's actually worse. That's how specific this is, and that's why I know this. Because there is a job where knowing this extremely specific relationship matters a lot. Yeah, the thing is that if you're a player that swear by memeing with the Monk's Dragon Kick rotation and memeing around with like using infinite paradox for no reason other than it's funny instead of using it for the mobility it grants, then Holy Spirit meme rotations are also a great idea. And Santos says, on Paladin I do the Xenos open on rotation. I don't know what that is. I do not know what that is. I don't know if that has any, like, how that relates to the open on rotation I've suggested. The thing is, I try to focus on figuring out what the best option is, like, based on what I can find. And I use the balance a lot for those judgments, but I don't, like, watch everyone else's guide, because why am I making a guide if I'm using everyone else's guide to make it? Like, then I might as well just suggest someone else's guide instead, right? So that's why. Now, we have reached wit's end. I will find a tank to use Ethereal Mimicry on, and then we will show that Hellbender who's actually bending hell over here. Skeleton says, not the exact topic, but this made me wonder short on snapshotting damage, like starting a cast right as a damage buff goes away, or using reprisal or rampart before or after the enemy cast ends. That is not snapshotting. That is not snapshotting. However, I'm pretty sure that if the buff is still there, even if the cast, even if the duration is gone, if the buff is still there as your cast finishes, it counts. It's usually so like flip-floppy that the best you can do is pretty much guess. Like, you can generally see if it worked or not entirely based on whether your attack do the more damage. Like, if you use fight or flight, you can tell based on the damage. Hello, Coco. You've gotten a new outfit. And Ymir says, the fact that the Dragon Kick rotation almost works is ridiculous. The thing is, it used to almost work more. It used to be even more close to working. The reason why it isn't is because they reworked how guaranteed critical hits work. The way critical hits guaranteed critical hits used to work is just that the critical hit rate that you had from your gear didn't matter. Now, when you use an attack that is guaranteed to critical hit, they take your critical hit rating and use that to increase the damage of the attack further. Which means that before, Dragon Kick rotation actually had a capacity to catch up to the regular rotation with more crit. The problem is that it only really, on average, caught up to it if you had like 3 times more critical hit than is actually possible in the game. So, almost viable, right? Now, let's see here. What spells do we actually need and what spells do we have? We need... Alright, Willy Ram, thank you for checking in. It's just crafted gear. Well, it looks nice. A lot of players never see that because they glamour over it immediately. We don't need both ends. We would rather have Night Bloom. Both ends. Why do we have Hydropole? Let's get this one instead. I'm just going to fix my Blue Mage. I didn't expect to use Blue Mage, so I haven't like kept it ready in the back. I was really banking on being able to get this magic to happen. So I haven't prepared it for this. Let's see. Emia says, can I post cat pics in the Discord? Is that not allowed? It depends on the context. I know that Coco has posted pics of bunnies before, so that's okay. It's just, you know, it depends. You can post about your two cats, sure. Don't think we want Matra magic. It's not that strong. Skeleton says, so just to be sure I haven't been doing it wrong, to use Rampart before the cast finishes or after the cast finishes and before the damage is applied. What attack are you thinking of in particular? Is it like tank busters in general, or are you thinking of a dot is applied, or what do you mean, Skeleton? Like, I need more context. We grab this one, which might be a little weird, given that we're not going with healer, but you'll understand in due time. It's attack specific. Is it like P5S? Yeah, Ymir, you can post your cats. That is alright. And we've also grabbed Palm Cure, which also might seem really weird since we're not bringing healer. But it will make sense. Maybe. And let's grab this one as well. I don't think there's any point to bringing off guard. That's very expensive for very little. What could we bring instead? What could we bring in? Missile. Let's use Sonic Boom. We need a tank. Is that a tank? That's a Reaper. So is it something specific, Skeleton? So I need to know what kind of attack are we thinking? Are we talking about? Is it a tank buster with a dot on it? Is that what you mean? Do we have everything? I think that's... Oh, we don't need Angel Whisper for this. But what would we bring? Sonic Boom! Blood Drain is pretty good for prolonging a fight if we need it. Do we not have sleep on our boss? That might be useful. Right. So here we go again. Final round. I actually would really like to have Gobskin as well. So, if a boss is casting an attack that does damage to you, when their telegraph cone, so like the cone in front of them that indicates the attack, disappears, the attack has already resolved. Which means you need to have your damage reduction by that point. However, if it is a cone, then just dodge it. Just don't stand in it. If it's like a targeted attack, then you need to make sure Rampart, for example, is up before their cast finishes. Sometimes the attack damage is calculated after the cast time ends. Sometimes it's calculated exactly as the cast time finishes. So it's just better to use it at that moment. The reason why snapshotting confuses me, or the reason why calling it snapshotting confuses me, is because snapshotting is a concept related to dots and heal over time effects. Snapshotting is, and I actually have talk a little bit about this in an upcoming scholar guide, because it's important for scholars. Snapshotting makes it so if I use a buff on myself that makes me receive 10% more healing, and you use Medicat 2 while that buff lasts, then the full heal over time effect of Medicat 2 will heal for 10% more. Even if the buff that I have that makes me heal for more runs out first, then the remainder of Medicat 2 will still heal for more because it took a snapshot of your situation when it was applied. This goes for pretty much everything that is damage over time, or delayed damage, or healing over time, or delayed healing. And when I say these things, I mean delayed damage, such as Reaper's, what's it called? Death Warrant in PvP, and delayed healing is Scholar's Excogitation or Gunbreaker's Heart of Corundum. They will only benefit from the increased healing or increased damage if the healing increase or damage increase was active when they were applied. They don't care if it's active when they resolve. So a common example of when snapshotting matters for your DPS is if you've seen the Bard opener that I've presented in my guides and my and stuff like that, you will see that the opener finishes by using Iron Jaws. The reason why it finishes with using Iron Jaws, even though your dots still have like 20 seconds left, is because if you use Iron Jaws at that very moment and everything else in your opener's gone just right, then all your buffs and potentially other raid buffs are still active, and when you use Iron Jaws, you're actually applying both of your dots again, and each dot will then take a snapshot of your buffs, making them do more damage. Skeleton says, so if a cast finishes, there's no effect for doing mitigation before the damage is applied. What about invuln, like Super Bolide? Invulnerabilities make you take no damage, but they don't actually reduce the damage you take. So that means if you get a, let's say, so, 2 examples. The boss smacks you with a tank buster that does 100 damage and applies a dot that does 100 damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. In the first case, you use Rampart 10 seconds early, so Rampart will run out before the dot. Let me just hop out so we're not wasting timer here. In the second case, you use Super Blight 1 millisecond before the tank buster lands, so that you at least get Super Blight for the majority of it. So you use Rampart, you take 80 damage from the hit, and you get the dot applied to you. It will hit you for 80 damage every 3 seconds instead of 100, because 20% is reduced, and it took a snapshot of that. You will take 80 damage for every tick, even those outside of Rampart. If you use Super Bolide, then I believe Super Bolide is 8 seconds. That's not super important. Even if it grabs 3 ticks, let's say that. So while Super Bolide is running, you take 0 damage. So you use Super Bolide, take 0 damage from the invuln, from the tank buster itself. You get the dot, unless the dot is only applied if the tank buster itself does damage. That sometimes matters. And if that matters, then barriers can also block it. And Transcendence from being revived also works. But the instant Super Bolide ends, the remaining ticks will do 100 damage, because you didn't actually reduce the damage of the dot, you just chose to ignore it. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, the important thing is that many dots and debuffs in Final Fantasy XIV are completely circumvented if you take 0 damage. For example, in the dungeon Smileton, which I've done a lot, the final boss places down these mines that are really in the way in a specific part of the fight. But if you run into it, you take a lot of damage, especially if you're not a tank, and you get a paralysis debuff that you don't want. But if you're a warrior, for example, you can just use your barriers and damage reduction to make it do 0 damage, which means you get no paralysis, no vulnerability debuffs, and you take no damage. Which means you can freely just remove the mine, which makes it easier for everyone. So you can use invulnerability and barriers in very creative ways. So because we're alone, we can use Basic Instinct, which makes it have permanent sprint. Oh right, I forgot Mighty Guard. Let me just see what we can sacrifice to get Mighty Guard, because we need that. That is that's dumb to go without. What do we actually not need here? I guess we don't need this, honestly. I really want it though. We don't need that. Mighty Guard, where are you? So we get 100% more damage output and healing output, and we take 40% less damage, and we don't get the damage down from Mighty Guards. We just run in like this, pull these. Now watch me die because I'm getting overzealous, right? How much does Palm Cure heal for? Oh, that also works. That's perfectly fine. Missile. Wham! 1000 damage. 500 damage. That was 2 packs. Just like that. Actually, I want this as well. Yeah, and also my Blue Mage is heavily leaning towards spell speed, which just so happens to make it better at using many of the cheesy spells that are really good for soloing content. So, yeah. If this takes you less than 15 minutes to kill the Pelican, this is going to be cheating. I have told you that Blue Mage is basically cheating. But it is at least proof of whether you can or can't beat the boss with a minimum item level. Like, it's better than nothing. Okay, the boss is at least immune to deep freeze. But it's not immune to missile, so it's going to die really, really fast. Ow. That is actually quite painful. There you go. 3 minutes so far. I told you that if we had to go to Blue Mage, it would just be humiliating for Hellbender. It would not be a victory for Hellbender. It would just mean that we're going to show it how much we were giving it. Take your pants off. That's not going to change anything. Missile does health percentage damage. It does not change a thing. And the majority of my damage reduction comes from Mighty Guard, that is also percentage based, so... The reason why we're not taking our pants off is because this outfit does not have a skirt, so that would not be very modest. Does it work on this one? Miss, and... Oh, this one is immune for some reason. Fascinating. You are hitting very hard, my buddy. It is very, 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 very strong. Actually, just a moment here. Excuse me. Okay, you're also immune to that. Fair enough. You beat my shenanigans. But you're still dead. Skill issue. Skeleton says, last related question. I've been looking into Dark Knight and I used Living Dead while in Somal, doing a big pool on both my side and the party side. It said the buff was applied, but I died. If you use Living Dead, but it gets applied. So basically, if you're like 2 swings away from death, you use Living Dead, you see the buff be applied, but as you get it applied, the 2 enemies that are alive are currently swinging at you, then that's equivalent to the cast time having finished. The game has already decided that you're dead. This is an extremely common occurrence for white mages when they use Benediction and are a little bit too greedy. They use Benediction, see the cast go through, and the player dies, the spell effect happens. No, it is an invuln. The important thing, Skeleton, is it is an invuln, but the server handles the things in the order they're posted. So if you're 2 hits away from death, the 2 enemies swing at you, and then you click Living Dead, and then you get the buff. Like, it actually goes swing, swing, or swing begins for both of them. You cast Living Dead, which takes half a second, but their swing takes 1 second to resolve. You're already dead, because the server went, oh, they're swinging, you're going to die from that. You get the buff that makes you invulnerable, but you're already dead. Like, the server has already crossed you out on the screen, you just haven't seen it yet. But Living Dead is an invuln. If you use it early enough that you're not 1 swing away from death, it will activate and make you invulnerable when you hit 1 HP. Basically, you're supposed to use your cooldowns a little earlier. There's also the possibility that Living Dead can run out before you actually get it to resolve, right? There we go. And this is also why I wasn't super keen on giving up without a fight. Because I wanted to beat this so badly without Blue Mage, because it's not nearly as impressive with Blue Mage, is it? I actually want to wait for cooldowns for this, just to be really sure. But yeah, what you ran into, Skeleton, is a case of Final Fantasy XIV spaghetti code. It's not that Living Dead doesn't work like it says it does. It works exactly as the tooltip says. Granted, Living Dead's tooltip is like 3 miles. Like just text and text. I think if I remember correctly, I have a guide on how to read a tooltip. I actually have a guide on how to read a tooltip in Final Fantasy XIV, and I show many examples, and I'm pretty sure Living Dead is one of the examples I use for a convoluted tooltip. Because as far as the tooltip is concerned, it looks like, when you read it at a glance, that the enormous heal effect on your GCDs while it's active is active when you click it. Like, you use Living Dead and it activates. But it doesn't work like that. The healing effect activates when you die. Like, when the icon turns grey and you become invulnerable. And I believe the healing also ends when you're fully healed and the icon turns from grey to a completely new icon. It's super, super weird. And Coco says, I refuse to read tooltips. Well, that's, I suppose that's your problem. Let's see, does missile work? Fully resisted. Alright, then we're going to do it this way. That was a lot of damage. Let's see if we can kill it before it does that again. Not exactly what I had in mind, but I suppose that also works. Why is the dragon only hitting for 65? Huh? Oh, it has a tank buster. Ooh. See, I told you. Actually, Hellbender did quite a lot of damage. But did you see how how easy it was? Emir says, what are these animations? Most of the Blue Mage spells are mob actions. For example, Glass Dance is used by Shiva, so when you cast Glass Dance, you use Glass Dance and use Shiva's animation of shooting her bow for using that. And when you use Shock Strike, you summon a staff like Ramu. And what on earth? Okay then, well... I don't know why those mobs didn't pull. That's really, really weird. Yep, 13 minutes. I'd just like to point out that at this time in the Sage run, we had just reached and started the fight with Yellow Pelican. So now you know, where if you look, if you read the rules of this challenge, why Blue Mage not allowed is the rule that comes before do it unsynced. The Brayflox arena has changed, yes, they reworked it for some reason. To be fair, the old version of Brayflox Longstop, when you did it with your squadron, the boss was programmed to never cast its poison circle on the NPCs, because the NPCs can't deal with it, they can't actually do it. And I know that because I did the dungeon like 6 or 7 times in a row, and I did it as different roles, and not once did the boss not use it on me. Which was very annoying. Blue is cheese. I mean, Black Mage isn't cheese, but I suppose you meant Blue Mage. Blue Mage is the super cheese. The positive side is that it seems that missile rarely works. See, fully resisted again. Watch this. 90% damage reduction. Oh yeah, that's true. Isn't it? Brayflox is like super into cheese, isn't it? And it's also a she, if I remember correctly. Pocket tank, it's stronger than tank limit break. If I remember correctly, tank limit break is 80%. Blue Mage is the answer to what if we just made the most broken job in the game? And this, like, just think about this. If you ever think, why is it Blue Mage isn't allowed to go beyond level 70? This is it. This is all you need to know. And then also remember that all of the bosses, except the final boss in Aurum Vale, can be almost instantly killed with Missile. The spell that I keep trying to use on the bosses here, and they all resist it. Isn't there a Blue Mage level 80 update coming? Eventually. Usually Blue Mage update comes like... I think it's on the like either 0.5 patch or the 0.56, like final, super final patch of expansions. And I think part of the reason is that if Blue Mage is only 10 levels below the regular jobs, then Blue Mage would actually be capable of beating max like level 90 content or doing level 90 content in some capacity. That's how strong it is. It is completely off the scale in how broken it is. Right, so after 2 hours, can you beat Brayflox Longstop synced? Yes, with a Blue Mage, obviously. They announced it for 6.45. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot. That is true. That is correct. That means that it is level 80 in 645, which is in 2 months, I believe. 2 months and 2 weeks, because major patch is coming in 2 weeks. Right, so that was Brayflox Longstop, which means that the next thing on the list is the naval. So I promised I would show you why it cannot be done. It cannot be done. So Santo had the correct answer. I believe it was Santo that said it. Let me just see if I can find it. Jail. So, sometime into the fight, Titan will cast Jail on someone, and if there's only one, then he will use it on that person. That removes you from the fight for around a little bit more than 20 seconds. Exactly enough that all damage reduction buffs in the game that you have access to alone will run out. And you can't do anything while you're in this jail. When the timer runs out, after the 20 seconds, if the jail is not broken, you take, on the hard version, which is mandatory for the MSQ, I showed this off in the Can You Solo Final Fantasy XIV No video. It does like 20,000 damage or something like that, I think. I think it was 20,000. Just take a glance here at Blue Mage level 70, so 20 levels above what you're supposed to be for that fight. 15,000. You're dead if Jail resolves. And Jail does, you know, level appropriate damage in the normal version, but still it kills you. And Skeleton says, bring in your Chocobo. If only I could. I think there's actually multiple fights that they are completely impossible that might be doable if you could just bring a Chocobo. Like, that's all it would take. If you could just have your Chocobo to help you, it might be possible. Now, I will show you with Blue Mage, because I'm pretty sure Blue Mage can't win either. I'm pretty confident, and if Blue Mage can beat it, I will show a different job. But I'll show you with Blue Mage just to show you how impossible it is. Coco says, did they change Alphinaud's voice act again? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they didn't. Oh yeah, 1000 HP. So we're assuming that missile doesn't work. I will try a missile just in case, but I'm pretty confident it doesn't work. Yep, fully resisted. Now, the only way Blue Mage would be able to beat this fight is by just rushing Titan down so fast that jail isn't allowed to happen in the first place. Which is already a pretty tall ask. Because the moment we reach the phase where he can use it, he's not very scared of using it. Flute shenanigans. I mean, if we're close, that could be done, but let's see if we can do it first. I'm pretty sure he can use it in this phase already. Ow. Oh, there it is. And 11,000 damage. 11,000 damage. So, what we're going to change here is we're not going to bring Bristle, we're going to try Moonflute. So when he comes down with his Titan Heart thing, we're going to use Whistle, Tinkle, Moonflute, and then Triple Trident. Skeleton says that means you can live with Diamondback. Yeah, if only. The problem with Diamondback is that it requires you to channel it, and it only lasts 10 seconds. So even if we could. But there is a possibility. I will try something. See if we can... cheese him in a different way. I'm going to hold back a little bit in this first bit of the fight because I'm relatively confident that he can't use jail in this phase. I just need to survive him while gradually breaking him down. Kyan says no more Sage? Maybe more Sage. We're just testing something else. Sage wouldn't be able to live this either. Just to be clear, this stream isn't can you solo things with Sage. It's just that Sage was the most viable option for Brayflox Longstop based on what I had tried. It was what I had, like the only option I had left that I had a feeling could possibly work. He only uses it in the hard and the final phase. Okay, so we just need to survive until then while using as few of our really good spells as possible. Stealthy Spices, I just realized that while I may have my combat jobs at all 90, I haven't even picked up Blue Mage yet. Well, as I said, it is very optional. So, if you don't feel that it is very interesting, then don't bother. Like, it's that simple. Even if you like, a lot of players have Blue Mage at level 70 just to be able to say that they have it at level 70, but if you're missing like half of their spells, it doesn't work. Skeleton says DPS mimicry could also help nuke. It will not help nuke, because the reason why we're not getting instantly killed by Rockbuster is because we have the tank mimicry. That is the only reason why we're living this. Like, trust me on that. If you've ever seen soloing guides that say just use healer mimicry because you're going to need the healing, I have tried that. If you use healer mimicry, you need the healing because you're taking like 3 times more damage than if you were tanking. It's absolutely insane how big of a difference it makes. Like, triple damage is maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but you get my point, right? What I'm trying to get across is that the tank mimicry is extremely underrated. Devour is great. Oh yeah, maybe I should use Devour. I knew I had forgotten a spell. I knew I'd forgotten something. That is so classic me. Well, that's why I have you guys. To watch how I don't remember anything whenever I need to. And I even made a Blue Mage guide that includes a build loadout specifically for soloing stuff. But it's been a while, in my defense. Boonk. Are you going to phase soon, Titan? Can you? Thank you. Finally. Nope, I didn't make that. After all that build-up, I didn't make it in time because I spent too much time setting up. Delta Spices, when are they going to increase the Blue Mage level cap? In the 6.45 patch, which is coming in around 2 months. 3 autos, then jail. Okay. Yeah, I hope that this demonstration puts it into perspective. Like, not even Blue Mage can do this. Not even Blue Mage can do this very easily. Delta Spy says if they do push it to 90, they don't. They will push it to 80. 100%. They're only pushing it to level 80. The reason why Blue Mage is also always so far behind everyone else, as I said before, is because if Blue Mage could reach level 90, they could solo current Savage bosses, potentially. Like, maybe. They could certainly 4-man them, when you normally need 8. Blue Mage is completely broken strong. Like, it's not even funny how overpowered Blue Mage is. What I'm going to do different this try is I'm going to go a little bit more aggressive, because I know that he switches at a specific health threshold. I can just, if I need a specific spell and it isn't ready yet by then, I can just, like, slow down my damage. It is going to be an insane power spike. But it's not the key thing is that it might feel like it's a completely insane thing that they're adding, that they're increasing Blue Mage level. They do this late in every expansion. Like, level 70 Blue Mage came late in Shadowbringers for the same reason. Because if Blue Mage is ever allowed to catch completely up to normal jobs, then there's no reason to play normal jobs, aside from the fact that it is a limited job. Ow. Okay, so instead of trying to make the triple trident magic happen, I will simply face roll all of my OGCD options when Jail is coming up. Which means I can use triple trident now. But yeah, Blue Mage getting 10 more levels is going to be crazy. The big question is what spells it's getting, because we've already reached a point where, you know, like I think of the 24 spells you can bring to a fight for Blue Mage, like 20 of them are mandatory. And I think like 18 of them or something to that effect are the same for tank Blue Mages, healer Blue Mages, and DPS Blue Mages. Like, you just use the same regardless of your role. Why no limit break? We don't get limit break when we're not in a 4-man party. That's also why if you have someone disconnect while you're in a dungeon, because it means that your party isn't 4 players for a brief moment, you lose your limit break for that moment, and then you have to recharge it. It's pretty funny how that works. Gilano says it's a little tedious having to change sets for weekly carnival challenges because they ask for different spells. Well, that's, I suppose that is a little bit of a different thing, but specifically the part that for any like group content with Blue Mages, the optimal builds all use exactly the same thing, pretty much. Like, it doesn't matter what your role is, you're going to be bringing like half of the spells that I have on my bar right now. Because when is suddenly 400 potency not good? Right? When is that not good? It is always good, so you will always bring that. And of course you will bring that. Giving it everything I have. It's not enough. So, for your information, Diamondback holds. The problem is that it only lasts 10 seconds. So if Granite Jail's spell is somehow snapshots, we might live this. We won't, because it does 11,000 and we have 900 HP right now. Oh. Can't do it. You need to overlevel the fight. There's one option left, and that is trying it without being minimum level. But we get stopped when the boss is at 50% health, and getting 2 levels, I don't think it's going to change that, but let's give it a shot. Let's give it a chance. Let's give it a go. Let's see if that actually is enough. I don't think it is. Did I use basic instincts? Or does that run out when you die? That might have had an impact on some of these things. It very may... Did I have that? Let me actually check. Oh, I didn't! Let's, wind that back. I did feel like it took way longer to kill. Eureka! I'm pretty sure I used it on the first try where I just flopped it completely. Yeah, for the first attempt, and in the first attempt I just kind of stood there and took it. Because I was trying to do some shenanigans and it didn't really work. Oh yeah, this looks a lot better. I was wondering why he was taking so much. He was taking so long to kill. But yeah, as I was saying, we get 10 more levels, and then presumably we get like 20 more spells, something like that, maybe. And if that's true, the question is, are any of those 20 spells actually good enough to warrant to use? We can take a little look at what spells actually matter of the most recent batch of spells we've gotten back when we got up to level 70. There you go. And then we use Diamond back to tide us over most of the Moon Flute duration, where we are completely stuck doing nothing. Now, here's the problem, because the boss is just going to have his way with us for a little bit. Apparently it can be done. It can be done, but only by a Blue Mage. It can only be done by a Blue Mage. And the only way to do it is to kill the boss fast enough that he doesn't get to jail. So we avoided the jail effect because, as Ymir said, that's Longstop, for anyone that doesn't know, he will auto-attack 3 times and then he will cast jail. And if he casts jail, you're dead. Like that. Boom. Lose. So you have those 3 auto-attacks to get him to switch phase, because he does not use jail after 3 auto-attacks in his final phase, apparently, it turns out. I don't know how long we had until he would use it there. But, so I'm just going to reiterate the reason why I didn't even bother to try with a non-Blue Mage job is because I already knew that it can't be done. I haven't tested, but you saw how impossible it was with Blue Mage without Basic Instincts. He uses it randomly in the final phase. Well, there you go. And yeah, that's true, Skeleton. Basic Instincts is just randomly dropped by a Quirrell at level 20 something. So I believe the spells we got when Blue Mage was allowed to go to level 70 was everything from 81 to 104. So just to go over the list here, just to show you how many spells are useless or too specific to ever be used when you get new spells. This is mandatory. This is also mandatory, although these two together are mandatory, and sometimes healers will forgo them because you need Whistle as well, and 3 spell slots is very expensive. This is never used. This is sometimes, like, this is strong if you can make it work, but it's actually a really, really small DPS gain if you make it work, and a huge loss if you fail it. This is mandatory for healers. It's technically a DPS gain on AoE for all Blue Mages, except healers. For healers, it's Medica 1. You need this. It's Medica 1 for 300 MP. It's pretty strong. This is useless unless the boss is undead, which it is not. This is useless. This is basically mandatory for healers. This is basically mandatory for tanks. This is mandatory for everyone, if you can fit it. It's not that strong, but it is basically mandatory. This is mandatory for soloing. This is mandatory for anything where Ultra Vibration works. It actually made Death level 5 obsolete, because Ultra Vibration actually shares cooldown with level 5 Death, and level 5 Death's cooldown is just longer. So if you use level 5 Death, both of them go on a 3-minute cooldown. If you use Ultra Vibration, they both go on a 2-minute cooldown. And most things that level 5 Death works on, Ram's Voice works on, and Ultra Vibration works on. So no point bringing both. I believe the only exception was in the Battle on the Big Bridge farm with Mogtoms. Some players swore by killing the trash with Death instead of Ultra Vibration, because if you did it correctly, you could kill them in 1 GCD instead of 2. The reason why it wasn't popular is because if you've missed, then someone else had to do it, and it's not consistent. Oh, this is useless. This looks good, but it's useless because most bosses are immune to lightheaded in the first place, so its secondary effect doesn't work. This is, I think it's mandatory for tanks on some fights, and it is useful for some fights, but I'm pretty sure it shares cooldown with Angel's Snack and Matra Magic. So it's not that good. This, again, it looks great, but it's made obsolete by this. This is good for Fate farming because it pulls all enemies in a 15 yalm radius. So if you're out doing Blue Mage Fate farming, for example, if you want Shadowbringer's relic weapons, there are certain paths where you need to do a lot of fates in the open world. You use Dragon's Voice to hit everything in a radius of 9 to 20 yalms. And as they come towards you, you use Hydra Pull to drag them all the way up to melee range, and then either use more Hydra Pull just for the damage, or use Ram's Voice and then Ultra Vibration. Kill everything. Rinse, repeat, except you can't use Ultra Vibration twice. This is a troll spell, because it pushes party members. There is no use in a raid or dungeon context where you actually need this, outside of memes. But you can kill your allies with it. It's more powerful than rescue for trolling. I think... Oh yeah, it doesn't work if you're not in combat. Anyway, this is the best spell for Blue Mages in open world for grinding if you have your Chocobo out. It makes all the other spells, like spammable spells, obsolete. This is mandatory for DPS. This, again, it looks very good, but it's not very good, because lightheaded doesn't work on bosses. This works in certain situations, but it shares a cooldown with this. And this does more damage. This is mandatory. So you heard how many times I said, that's mandatory, that's mandatory, that's mandatory? Where did we find all those spell slots? Remember that, because that means that many spells had to be gotten rid of on the previous list. So if you remember earlier in Brayflox, I said, oh yeah, Peculiar Light, that's a Blue Mage spell. That's why you don't use Peculiar Light. No space. There are too many good options. So if you just see my loadout here, these 6 are mandatory. Like, these are mandatory. Coco says, add a hotbar and use control. That's not how this works. You get to have 24 spells. You choose which 24 spells, and those are the only spells you get. You have to, like, pick and choose them. It's not about how many you can have on your bars. And these 3 are mandatory. Mostly mandatory. And this is kinda mandatory. And this is really, really useful. And if you're in a group, you need to have Angel Whisper. So that's actually a button I'm not bringing, as you can see. We also need Ethereal Mimicry. So, like, around half of the spells I'm bringing are, you bring this on all jobs. Like, all roles, you're doing this with Blue Mage. You have to bring this. So that's why. Anyway, Let me just see here on my list. Next is Sunken Temple of Qarn. And we're not doing that with Blue Mage. No more Blue Mage. We're going to be level 35, so what spells do we have? I think I have a list on this. 35. We get Inner Beast on Warrior. Dark Knight gets Blood Weapon. Oh, that's really good. That's really, really good. What does Gunbreaker? Gunbreaker gets nothing. Surprising. Very surprising. Paladin is not viable. They don't have any healing at level 35. For healers, Scholar gets nothing because Soccer doesn't help us. Sage, Soteria is helpful. That is helpful. And pretty much all other jobs are not really significant contenders, just because. I'm thinking Dark Knight, because exactly, Ymir. Well, Paladin gets clemency at 58, but technically they get healing, like passive healing, at level 84. That's why I'm saying they don't have any healing yet, because they get their healing, their combat healing, at level 84. And the thing is, we cannot solo any Endwalker content. You cannot queue solo for Endwalker content. I go over this in the Can You Solo Final Fantasy XIV thing. You cannot solo current content without queuing with friends to enter first. But Paladin would be viable, possibly at level 58, even more so at level 64, because that cuts the cost of clemency. But it's only able to compete with the other tanks at level 84, because there it can attack and heal at the same time. Anyway, I think we will try Dark Knight because we get Blood Weapon. Oh yeah, I think we get Mark Tomes if we beat this. I'm pretty sure we get Mark Tomes if we beat this. Let's see, we don't need this, or this. I heard, was it Orion that had done some soloing in their own time that said that this was actually surprisingly hard? Something like that. We should use Mega Potions at this level. I think those are the only we need to bring to the bar. I'm pretty sure. Have I forgotten something? Mogul Tomes. And you can skip this pack. No need to fight that one. So, a funny thing is that when we see the bees, we're going to have a case of either we die and take them with us, or they die. Hey Vicels, how are you doing? Yeah, Dark Knight is actually surprisingly good at this because of Soul Eater. The other tanks heal for less per GCD at this level. So Dark Knight is like the surprise secret card here. Skeleton says they're going to get the magic and berry stones to skip the final giant pack. I don't know. Is it the magic and berry thing specifically that we need for that? Warrior heals for 250 potency every 3 GCDs, whereas Dark Knight heals for 300 every 3 GCDs. So it's like extremely small details, but it is literally 50 potency difference. Technically, Warrior also gets Thrill of Battle, so they have a little bit more like burst healing if they really need it. But here, what you need is consistent healing. Like, I do not care that I can heal slightly more when I'm in a bad spot. I care way more that I can heal more per GCD. But as soon as you get to higher levels where the other tanks start to get more options for healing, Dark Knight falls off extremely fast because they don't. They just don't. Like when Gunbreaker gets Aurora, that will compensate for their Brutal Shell healing for slightly less than the other tanks. And then you can still just use a 1-2 combo to compensate for that. Right now, technically, Gunbreaker has slightly more like defense than Dark Knight, but Dark Knight has way more damage and also heals. You don't need heals being Dark Knight, you just need edginess. I will stop this bee from killing me by being too edgy for it. Take this! Pay for the whole seat, but you only need the edge. Bonk. Oh, well that was easy. They pull together, so we need to kill the bee first. The scary part about the Qarn phaser is that it runs away at some point and then comes back later. While you were out partying, the Dark Knight studied the blade. It studied how to feasibly carry a blade that weighs more than the person itself. While you were out partying, the Dark Knight studied Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII. No, come back! You must die! Oh. Huh. That is a very effective escape strategy. Did you see that? Gone. 3 mobs. And one of them is a bee. Okay, we have to focus the bee first. And just use cooldowns to slow their damage a bit. One thing I know about the Blue Mage spells, by the way, coming in 645, is that one of them is coming from Innocence. I'm not sure what, I believe it's supposed to be the Spears thing that he uses. So we don't know what it's going to be. Like, we don't know what it's supposed to do, but I'm guessing it's just going to be massive AoE damage, right? You're right, Mycells. I should stun them more. I should basically use my stun on cooldown. The only reason why I sat on it earlier was because I felt like I might need it to stun the bee. Feel his wrath. But yeah, the thing is, if Innocence spell does what I think it does, then it's going to be a case of it's mandatory because it does good damage. Just like all the other, like, primal-esque spells. I'm just grabbing this. I can't remember what the combination is. I suppose Skeleton knows, but if I don't pick them up on time, then it's going to be really annoying. Right, so this boss spawns ads. And the boss can be stunned. But because there's going to be ads, it's going to be beneficial to sit on any MP that we don't need. Ow. So that we can kill the ads faster. The ads and the bees. Have I ever told you about that? Oh, whoops. Wasted some mana there. Oh well. Coco says not to flex, but I just beat Sunken Temple. Oh. Well, congratulations. You like to stun the Doom? I can't remember how to do that precisely. I don't know when he does it, so I'm not sure where, like, that I can react to it on time. But I wish I could. I know that it's when the telegraph covers the whole area, but the cast is 1 second. That is why it's really hard to interrupt it, because it's 1 second. That is the reason. So you kind of need to click it like preemptively, and that's why I say I'm not sure when he casts it, and it appears that he's using it at a specific health threshold, because normally he would have cast it by now. Yep, see, I clicked it, but because I was stuck in animation, it didn't work. But it is very convenient for damage uptime. See, he did it again. Ah, that was really fast. Yeah, we don't actually need the stun for the bees, because if they get their cast off, we're probably going to die anyway. So I don't even want to risk that. And the Doom isn't that big of a deal. I just have to run there, and while I'm running, the boss isn't hitting me anyway. So it just loses us a little bit of uptime. Like, it wastes time in the dungeon, and as you can see, this dungeon is going a lot faster. Those are vesps, not actually bees, fair enough. Does that mean they don't die when they use Final Sting on me? This is a... I just want you to remind you that it took us 30 minutes to kill Yellow Pelican. This is taking a while, but this is... this is very easy. This is... I'm not in any danger whatsoever. Like, this is a lot better, a lot more manageable than Brayflox Longstop. Like Brayflox Longstop was exhausting. I'll have you know that I was dreading going back into Brayflox Longstop today, because like, oh no, the impossible pelican, and then the lizard that hits like a freight train. Like, the lizard hit for like 250 per swing on a tank. This boss swings for 120. Yes, Skeleton, this is an optional dungeon. That is correct. So like the Brayflox Longstop bosses are also, remember, for a dungeon that is 3 levels lower, but for some reason the bosses hit harder and have more complicated mechanics. I don't know what to say. It's completely insane. Another bee. You'd think the optional ones would be harder. Right, true. I wonder why that is. That it is this way. It looks like those are not pulled together, so if I can just do this one alone, that would be nice. I can? Excellent. Like, one mob at a time makes it, like, more than twice as easy. Because then I don't have to deal with defensive cooldowns or anything. It's just you and me. And I can out-heal one mob easily. Not that these are intended to survive very long. As you may know, they are almost made to be destroyed. Is the magic and the berry thing in the optional side rooms? Oh, can you maybe not do that? They are in the optional side rooms. Alright. So the thing is, you can skip these two mobs. If you just keep running, they won't chase you. Yumi says, I have a funny story about wasps. I once fell into a nest and got stung about 30 times. Ah. My brother is allergic to wasps, so he gets an even worse reaction when it happens. So I can totally imagine. I can only imagine how terrible it feels. I keep forgetting to spend my MP. Let's spend all of it so I don't forget. There we go. And then we stun this one as soon as our stun is ready. Boom. Because the stun is going to be full length on this guy. And we're leaving the Condemned for last because it's doing the least DPS because it keeps casting that and missing. Skeleton says, I was wondering these guys, all the ones that spawn when you get it wrong, are stronger. I think there's like 4 mobs when you get it wrong. And there's also the part that they spawn around you, and they spawn, you know, a little suddenly. So you get a much worse, like, initial, like, first impression. So it's a lot harder for me to do that pull. So I would rather not, if I can skip it, I would rather skip it. But if you hadn't suggested it, I wouldn't do it because I don't remember the secret code. Oh, our welfare buff ran out. I wonder if we needed it. I don't think we did. We haven't been very close to death at any point in this dungeon, so I don't think we were missing those. Like, I don't think we needed those 10% HP. About 10%. That 3% XP, right? I had when for the part of Endwalker where I didn't have all jobs maxed out, and the part of Shadowbringer where I didn't have Shadowbringers where I didn't have all jobs maxed out, I always ran around with like 300 or more orange juice in my inventory at all times. I've heard these days that eggs are more popular for some reason. May or may not be related to a certain meme. Which I also referenced in my leveling guide. Oh no! It's back! With less HP for some reason. $10,000 eggs, indeed. Now you die, can't fate. No! Are you for real? I have never had it escape twice. Skeleton says, when I started, I was told to buy 1,000 of them, and I'm still working through them. Well, there you go. Well, if you haven't leveled everything to max, then you have no reason to get rid of them. I tossed, or like I think I sold to a vendor my remaining orange juice when I finished. But come the next expansion, I'll probably just use my like buff food from Endwalker that I have left over first, and then buy something if necessary. Oh, we don't actually need to include the condemned one in this this little bout. Although that would also be the weakest in this matchup, so I don't know why I would care that much about that. Really want one of them dead real quick. Thank you. They're very strong. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? It is funny that it has almost become like a tradition to hand new players a huge amount of cheap food. See, this is a case where, like, the fact that the tanks have limited access to healing mattered. Like, I almost died to this, because the enemies slowly but surely made their way through the healing that I had, and my cooldowns ran out. But one mob can't beat it, so now we just, like, casually stroll through this one. Emir says, Easter event almost made me quit. Why? I liked the Tonberry outfit. It's just a shame that people use the meme for the funny outfit for evil. I was given a dream tonic and hat this Christmas. Still carry it around. So what we're going to do on this fight is... Oh, he hits hard. He hits really hard. We're going to sit on as much MP as we can so that we can nuke the actual boss as hard as we can when it is possible. Every time the boss casts something, that is like a godsend, because it means it's not attacking us and it's hitting really hard with its auto attacks. So we're depending on it to cast stuff, but we also don't want to get too far away, because then when it casts something, we might actually not be able to step out of it in time, as you just saw. I'm going to do a step 1 again so that I might finish on Soul Eater. Nope, that did not work as I had intended. This is going to become a really, really long fight. We did a fifth of its HP, so we have to do this 5 times to beat this fight. Oh, that's how weird. You can use Isuna on that stun. Interesting. Stun it. Can you stun it? You can. Oh, good call, Emir. I didn't expect that. I actually accidentally wasted my stun on the Soul Stone before. I'll keep the stun for if I drop really low on health now. Because it's better to have that 5-second stun to like buy myself a couple seconds if we drop completely low instead of stunning it just because. We're also just using potions on cooldown to get that extra healing in, but I don't think we can get 20% this time. And I feel like it's planned it better. I guess it just didn't crit. Well, let me put it like this, Skeleton. I would rather the boss used its spells exclusively. Just not the stun, because it knocks me back. And stuns me sometimes. That's not fun. It did the auto attack immediately after the spell for a combined 700 damage, just like that. %. So two more times, and then it might just be easier to focus the boss down. Because it takes 10% damage when its shield is up. So just focusing it down is like fighting it at 50% health, and that might be easier than killing the soulstone a whole extra time. I'm not sure. I got really close dying there. Blood does... Wait a minute, why was I attacking the Guardian? That was a mistake. How long have I been doing that? I hope not for long, because this might be a lethal mistake. I need to run away until I can use a potion right now. That is a good point, Ymir. There's also the part that the boss getting stunned gives me some breathing room to heal a little bit. Hmm. 26%. Yeah, it's probably better to just break the soulstone an extra time, I think. Ah, I was hoping I could interrupt that. That was a bit too slow. Palms are sweaty. Ah. Blind. Take that. Enjoy that or something. That got really close again. One last time. Mom spaghetti. Ow. It appears this Temple Guardian has mastered the art of comedic timing. So much damage, such a long fight. He looks calm and Chachi. He looks like on the servers. He looks like Chachi. Yunk. Now I've got you. I'm ready to drop bombs. Take this. How long was that fight? That was insane. I'm pulling this. I don't want that to randomly patrol into the fight. Gilano says, I'm curious if you will have to kill all the ads in the last boss. The head thing we will probably deal with, but that one is relatively easy to deal with. The weird wand things that stick out of the ground, they do insane amounts of damage if you don't deal with them. So we will want to do that. We will want to deal with them if we can. For the most part, they're relatively easy. What you have to do is you have to like go into the square and then hold back until the square closes, because when the square closes, you do more damage to it for some reason. So you have to make sure you haven't wasted all of your oomph by the time you can actually do damage. It's a common mistake, although the easy solution a lot of players use to that is ignore the mechanic entirely. Then you can't make it do it wrong if you don't do it. Usually you can kill the boss before it really becomes a problem. Which sort of resolves itself, right? But we'll see how many there's going to be. There's also all of the weird random wands around the room. They can, as far as I know, you can just dodge those. Like, because we're melee, we can just like step around them all day. So if the boss gives me any reason to feel like I have to hurry, like, if we have to hurry to kill the boss for some reason, then I will probably ignore them. But if we're safe, then I might just deal with those mechanics just to make it easier for myself. So that is the... You again? Okay, you're dead now. I'm done with you. You're going down, Qarn Phaser. Take that. Seriously, I didn't know it could run away. It even could run away more than once. I don't think I've ever seen that. Because people typically kill it the second time around. Qarn! I think we should deal with that phase too before we deal with the crocodile, because the phase takes like it dies faster, so we can resolve that quicker. I don't know, I haven't paid attention to whether it does significantly more damage, but on the off chance that it does any significant amount of damage, it's just easier to get rid of it. And we go slowly onward, slowly and safely. Yeah, that happens too often, Skeleton. That's why you have to be really careful with attacking the head. Like, wait until you're absolutely sure it's going to stay there. But people often are in a bit of a hurry, so it doesn't work out like that. I think those can be pulled one at a time. So for anyone that isn't sure how I can just magically see that, when you point your cursor at an enemy, you see this like golden yellow line beam over to other mobs. That's like the indicator for what mobs are going to be pulled with that mob. So I can see that it doesn't point at anything. So if I pull that, nothing else is going to get pulled. So I can deal with that one alone. Especially if I pull it out of the hallway. The yellow beam of fate. Indeed. Oh yeah, a thing that is going to be insane is Dark Knight gets Edge of Darkness at level 40. That is going to be, like, on a single mob, that's just going to mean when we start a fight, we'll just be able to do, like, 800 more potency right out the gate. It's crazy good. Although at level 40, we're also starting to close in on the other tanks catching up to Dark Knight, in a way. Mainly because I think Aurora is level 45, and once Gunbreaker gets Aurora, it's I'm pretty sure Gunbreaker is going to be our best option until Warrior gets Raw Intuition. And when Warrior gets Raw Intuition, then then this is going to be like most dungeons. It's going to be, can you do it with Warrior? No. Well, then a tank can't do it. Then it has to be a healer or something. Something super specific to cheese some mechanic with. 3 mobs. Alright then. If I remember correctly, the Crocs have an ability, but the way that it works is that they will only use it if you stand behind them. Then they will use like a tail slap. 56 is still decently far out. Any expected roadblocks before that? Any 8-man content. And I think also, I don't think we can do the MSQ roulette things. Mainly, I don't think we can do specifically the Ultima weapon one, because it has a DPS check. Why does the animation for Flood look so dumb? What do you mean? You shoot lasers out of your sword. That's cool. There's also Crystal Tower. We can't do that one. We're basically going to skip that. You literally cannot queue for it alone. And to say we have been robbed of Westwind Solo. Oh yeah. Skeleton, how is it? What's the secret code? Sound like you knew it. Mm. Coco, the problem is that the Labyrinth of the Ancients has a mechanic that requires 12 players. Wow. That is way better than last time I did it. Years ago, last time I did this, you get like old, broken equipment that is just like glamour, I think, but it genuinely looks like broken versions of existing equipment, so I don't know why you would use it. Skeleton says, I did wonder what happens if a team wipes in there. Oh, if you're stuck on the fight for too long, you will just get like an instant game over. Like, it will just, you know, the classic, oh, you lost. And the screen just blacks out and you wipe. I think I've had that happen to me once. Because of like one of the teams actually not having enough people. Good night, Emir. So the boss seems to do around 250 per swing, so that is a little scary. Can you stun it? You can stun it. That is important. Huh. I didn't even know it would summon more of these ads. I've never seen that. It's always just one, and then it moves on to the next mechanic, right? Another one. How many are there? You can pop out the chat? Yes, you can. Gonna get the whole jury. Ah, of course. It makes sense. And a mithril verge. I'm on the verge of being really tired of these Juros, though. Uh-oh. That is going to get really annoying. 15-second paralysis. Best way to deal with that is to just stay on the move. That maximizes my odds of not being in something the boss is actively targeting when I get randomly stunned. You've been watching the stream in small mode. Oh. Well, I do understand. It's pretty normal to watch videos and like just the regular view. I do that a lot. Like typically, if I'm watching that is interruptible, I should have checked that. Oh well. Not enough interject cooldown. I didn't realize it was interruptible. When you're not targeting it, it doesn't show the blinky targeting or blinky cast bar. But now I know. Although now I also have built up diminishing returns, so it doesn't do very much on me. It's almost beneficial to let the boss waste time casting the spell, because I'm only losing like maybe 1 second. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. There we go. But genuinely, I had completely forgotten that it was interruptible. Ow. Wait, that didn't do very much damage. That was weaker than an auto attack. I'd rather you cast that than auto attack me, actually. Can you explain how diminishing returns reset sometime? I'm not sure exactly what the timing is, but after a set amount of time, the diminishing returns effect just resets. I'm not sure how long it is. My guess, like if I had to answer right now, is that it would probably be a minute, maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes. I think. The reason why is that generally when I find that the diminishing returns are gone, it's typically because I've waited so long that it's like I've completely forgotten how long it's been. Do you know if it's time from most recent instance or first instance? I'm pretty sure it's first instance. I'm pretty sure it's first instance. But I'm not like 100% certain. We could test it. We could test it. Since garden striking dummies at your house can be crowd controlled, so you can test the minute. Oh, we can't deal with both of them. That is awkward. Maybe we can. Does the other one close? Run! Oh, I don't think we can deal with both of them. Oh, it just pulls us once, and then you can kill it. I thought it was going to be more damage, and I thought that it was like not going to let me finish it. I think we're just going to ignore these. That's so much health to work through, and I can just not stand in them. I think. Do they explode eventually? I'm going to take the chance and do the science on that one. Because if they just keep casting that, then I really don't care. Oh, they just disappear after a while. That's perfect. Yeah, the big scary thing did around 200 damage. The reason why I'm scared of it is I'm pretty sure that it will do it again if you don't deal with it. Like, it will spam it. So it needs to be dealt with, if I remember correctly. But it seems like that mechanic can't happen while this mechanic is happening, so choosing to not deal with this mechanic makes the more annoying mechanic not happen. There we go. 45 minutes. That was really hard. That was... Oh, and we got Moogle tombstones. Blech. That was a lot easier than... Brayflox, like, immensely. The hardest boss in this dungeon was easier than the easiest boss in Brayflox Longstop. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Coco says, remember guys, if you have depression, you're not struggling with depression. Depression is struggling with you. So let me see, we might be able to test the diminishing returns thing. So, let me just fix my bars real quick. Yeah, the level 35 ability literally amounts to 100 extra potency every minute. That's what Blood Weapon is worth at level 35. 100 potency. On AoE, it's of course 200, 300, 400, but it's not a significant amount. I still needed to deal with each mob individually, so Blood Weapon hardly did a thing. So, the diminishing returns demonstration. So repose is a pretty good way to test it. So Do I have a... Can I set a timer? Can I set a timer somehow? Timer. Doop. So, I'm going to reapply the sleep on the first mob, the first dummy, exactly when it when it runs out. On the second one, I'm only going to do it once, and on the third one, I'm just not going to do anything. And when 2 minutes have passed, then I will test if diminishing returns have run out. After 2 minutes, the reason why I'm saying 2 minutes is because I happen to know that repose tends to work many times in a row. So this one is going to get full diminishing returns after 2 more applications. So I'm going to leave these 2 alone. And then I'm just going to spam it on this one, and then we will see that suddenly it works. Potentially, if reapplying keeps the resistance up, then this one will never sleep while I'm spamming this constantly. One minute 20 seconds has passed. Hmm. 1.5 minutes has passed. Fully resist is when there's 100% diminishing returns, so we'll see what happens. Oh, 1 minute 51 seconds. Of course, it will work on these 2 also. That is a really random time. Right. So 1 minute 50 seconds. So at the, I think 2 minutes 50 seconds, I will test again to see on this one, to see if it's 1 minute from some specific time. It could be 1 minute from the final application that actually worked, which would actually perfectly align with that. So that would be 3 minutes and 20 seconds it should work. So I will attempt I will attempt in 13 seconds on this one, and I will attempt at 3 minutes 20 seconds on that one. It has no diminishing returns, so that's after 1 minute. So, demonstration. How does diminishing returns work? One minute after your final successful application of the debuff, as in when the diminishing returns were less than 100%, like less than 100%. Or well, it was more than 0%. You know what I mean. When it did more than nothing, once 1 minute has passed, you get the full value again. Which means that if you cast Repose on an enemy, it will sleep for 30 seconds. Once that runs out, if you don't sleep it for 30 seconds, you can sleep it for a full 30 seconds again after that. If you sleep it again for 15 seconds immediately after the first 30 seconds, then you will have to wait 45 extra seconds to get back to the full 30 seconds. And if you sleep it again after the 15 seconds, you will have to wait the full 52-ish seconds before you can do it again, because it's 1 minute from the original application. So that also means that if you want to get maximum value out of low blow, if you alternate between 3 targets, you will get full value on the first target, I think. Yeah, I do believe so. Yeah. Optimization. Gilano says the next one is Cutter's Cry. The biggest worry might be the Worm's Dot. Yeah, I think so. The Chimera itself also has the thing where it sends a like it sends a lightning orb to chase you. That one is also a little scary because it's very likely to hit you, especially if you're trying to kite it and then the Chimera uses Dragon's Voice, something like that. The first boss, its ad heals, and I believe they heal each other. So you have to kill the ad. And the boss actually also casts Silence, if I remember correctly. Either the ad or the boss itself casts Silence. And if we're going in with Dark Knight, then we have to keep in mind that, well, Unleash is a spell. Unleash is a spell if we're using Unleash. We're probably not. And it also casts Haste. Exactly. And we would need to kill the ad. Yeah, you can interrupt both. Now, the thing is, if we're going in as a Dark Knight, we wouldn't care that much about interrupting the Silence because we're not going to be using Unleash anyway. And it doesn't prevent us from using any other magic because those are abilities and Silence blocks spells. This harkens back to a conversation I had with Orion yesterday, I think it was, on GCDs and OGCDs. This game is very consistent on that specific subject. If a debuff says you cannot use weapon skills, it literally means weapon skills. It doesn't mean physical attacks, it means weapon skills. And if it says you can't use spells, it means spells, not abilities. The most typical place you will find this and run into this problem is in deep dungeons like Palace of the Dead. If you step in the trap that pacifies and silences you, you can technically still use abilities. It's not super helpful for most jobs because they're not very functional without the weapon skills and spells, but you can use abilities, which is better than nothing. And if you're on a floor where you cannot use abilities, then you can still use all of your weapon skills and spells. A funny thing with that is that if you are a sage and you've put Cardion on someone and you enter that floor, you cannot change who you use Cardion on because Cardia is an ability, but you already applied the buff in the first place, so it stays. You just can't move it. But I think that was a pretty good result. Let me just see. Yeah, the next one should be Cutter's Cry, right? It's Cutter's Cry, then Stone Vigil, then Zemail Darkhold, and then Howling Eye. And then Aurum Vale. And then I believe we start to go into the level 50 dungeons, and there's a lot. And possibly check if there's any of the trials that can be done. The key thing is that most stuff that requires 8 players, it cannot be done, or you require a Blue Mage. Alright, Coco, thank you for hanging out. And good night to you. We're also about to finish. Yeah, I'm not going into Cutter's Cry tonight, it's getting a bit late. But it's just interesting discoveries we're making on the stream, like the diminishing returns thing. Now, an interesting aspect about diminishing returns is that it's very useful in theory that you can do this, and if you're trying to solo stuff, like trying to do something unusual, it's interesting. But in a random dungeon, mobs will not live long enough for it to matter. In a dungeon context, which jobs care about diminishing returns on crowd control? I think the only one is White Mage, because of Holy, and all tanks when you have a White Mage. Because Holy means that when the White Mage starts spamming Holy, After around 10-11 seconds or so, all of the stuns from Holy that it can apply has been applied, and then that means a minute later you can do it again. Based on our results here. A minute later you can do it again. But a minute and 10 seconds in, either the mobs are dead. Like, option A, the mobs are dead, so you don't care. Option 2, most of the mobs are dead, so you're not going to be using Holy. Option C, or I can't remember if I went with A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3, but the final option is there are many enemies alive, and you don't have any more cooldowns, so you don't have time to use Holy because you're casting Cure 2 in the tank now. And you can't remember that Holy is available to stun with again. But if you were, maybe you would have used it. Because a 4-second AoE stun is pretty good. It's like basically what White Mage has when they enter combat is that you get a 100% damage reduction for the tank for like around 7 seconds. And being able to do that again a minute later is crazy good. Like, ridiculously strong. But the problem is that in a minute the mobs are dead. Hopefully they're dead, because if they're not, you have a problem. Yeah, that's basically the idea. In Cutter's Cry, what do we get actually? That is curious. Level 38. All tanks will have their 30% damage reduction, which for Paladin, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker isn't that exciting because it's just a cooldown, but for Warrior it also does damage, so it's pretty crazy. For healers, this might be game changing. Like, I genuinely have a theory that Scholar might be incredibly overpowered for soloing stuff. Anything you can kite, Scholar is going to be godlike. Because you can just run and do nearly full damage. And like, if actually, this is something you'll learn more about. I've done some research on this on account of me working on a Scholar guide. But at level 38, when you learn Ruin 2, your auto attacks combined with Ruin 2 is going to be more DPS than Ruin 1. Even if you're in melee range, auto attacking in between your spellcasts, because Ruin 1 is going to delay your auto attacks. Just spamming Ruin 2 and auto-attacking with your book is going to do more damage than actually casting Ruin 1. So, like, from level 38 until you get Broil, you might almost remove Ruin 1 from your boss. The only time Ruin 1 is actually good is if 1, you're forced away from the boss, 2, you have time to stand still and cast. Like, that's not very many criteria, but it's too many. Because it means that you have to both dodge a boss mechanic and have enough time to stop and cast Ruin 1. Which is quite a lot. Yeah, next time, which maybe we'll make sure it's sooner. Given that this type of stream was missed, so... we're going to go into Cutter's Cry. And then, as I said, Stone Vigil, the Male Darkhold, Howling Eye, and then Aurum Veil. However many we can make of that in a single stream. And then we will have reached the level 50 stuff. And unfortunately, no Cape Westwind. Because F for Cape Westwind. F's in the chat for Cape Westwind. But I will say that the solo duty version of the encounter is very cool. It's very, very cool. If you haven't done it, I would suggest trying it. I don't know how long it will take to get to it in New Game Plus, but like, it is really good. Very good storytelling. It's a lot better than the old version for the story specifically, because since they can like sink you down to a really specific item level and gear and stuff like that in a way, you're much more likely to experience the entire fight and everything that happens, making the fight a lot cooler. We did it on Small Kai because Small Kai was still in A Realm Reborn when they reworked Cape Westwind. It's very cool. But it might be very, very weird if you do it on a healer, let me just say that. Because you're not going to feel in very much danger. Maybe not with a tank either, but I don't know. We did it with Dragoon, as usual. Now, let me just find my imaginary list, like so. If you aren't already in it, this YouTube channel has a community server, a Discord community server, where you will find some of the awesome people on this in the chat to talk with, like Coco and Gelano. And that is also a really good way to keep track of what's happening on the channel, which includes announcements of the weekly schedule, announcements when there's new videos posted, when there's a stream planned, things like that. And sometimes you'll also get a little sneak peek when I'm talking about something that I've been working on, and I randomly pop into the chat like, huh, did you guys know that Broil does unexpected damage? The fire spell that does unexpected damage. And also a good way to just have a fun discussion about this and that. There are rooms to discuss almost anything Final Fantasy XIV. Beyond that, the next 2 days we're going to have some shorts on Dancer and Machinists openers. I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on the opener shorts because I try to make one for every job, like every pair of job guides, and we're a little bit behind on that because I came up with making shorts about it later than I came up with remaking job guides. So just to catch everything up. That is also the reason why this solo stream stuff is not happening as often, is because I'm making more space to do more duty roulette streams, both because I understand that people really like those as well, but also because I want to have one for every job. And we're behind on that aspect. There are some jobs that have gotten guides weeks, months ago, but then I did something else that week for a stream. So they never got their duty roulette stream. And the only way to catch that up is to do extra streams or to do the Tuesday stream. We'll see. Friday, we'll have a very fun, if you like a combination of tips and tricks for jobs and like fun facts, then I'm pretty sure you will like the Friday video, which is going to be 10 tips for 10 jobs. So that's not 100 tips, that's just 1 tip for each job. And there's 10 jobs. But it's going to be like 1 tip, like some trick. It might not all be for level 90, and it might not be very useful in everything. It might be super specific when you'd need it, but it's a trick that maybe you would never learn if you didn't main the job. So like if you like to play a lot of jobs, then a tip for 10 different jobs you might like could be pretty helpful, right? And then of course, Saturday, we continue Small Kai's adventure, where we are probably doing the level 85 dungeon, I hope, depending on how incredibly massive amounts of cutscenes there are. Fisher tip? What do you mean, Skeleton? I should say that all 10 tips are for combat jobs, and the fun fact is actually also a combat job thing. And the fun fact is actually related to the suggestion about using Berserk to make Storm's Paths heal crit. It's related to that. And yes, actually, part of the reason why I know all of these weirdly specifics, like super ultra specific, like action interactions in the game, is because I make these fun facts and I think it's fun to know. And also, on the note of tooltips, let us take a moment to marvel at Living Dead, the is that like 16 or 17 lines of text? I think it's bigger than Bloodwedding. So, I said that I have a guide on how to read tooltips. Living Dead is like a crash course in understanding a tooltip. So let me just take that one real quick. Gives you Living Dead. Living Dead is an effect that makes it so that when you die, you don't die, but you get Walking Dead. Living Dead lasts 10 seconds. That's it. Buffs always finish with their duration. So you can consider the duration itself like a period. Like, Living Dead makes it that when you die, you don't die, you instead get Walking Dead. And this lasts 10 seconds. The end. Then the next effect is Walking Dead because they name dropped Walking Dead. You just have to know that. So Walking Dead makes it so that as an additional effect, you heal for 1500 potency every time you use a GCD, basically. And while you're under the effect of Walking Dead, most attacks will not kill you. Most attacks will not kill you. The exceptions are typically enrage mechanics in savage or extreme fights, stuff like that. And if you heal more than 100% of your HP while Walking Dead is active, then it will be turned into Undead Rebirth. If Walking Dead runs out naturally, then you die. Also, Walking Dead lasts 10 seconds, the end. So what does Undead Rebirth do? It does the same as Walking Dead, except without the healing and without the you die if it runs out. And then finally, Undead Rebirth's duration is the same as whatever's left on Walking Dead. So, an interesting, super specific detail about Walking Dead that is really funny is if you die, then you will not be set to 0 HP like with Living Dead. You will go to 1 HP and then get Walking Dead. Walking Dead turns into Undead Rebirth if you heal actually 100% of your health. If I remember correctly, it is you have to actually be healed that amount. It's not good enough to overheal it. So if someone used Benediction on you, that will not turn it into Undead Rebirth. Like, if the only healing you receive after it turns into Walking Dead is someone casting Benediction on you, I'm pretty sure it will not turn into Undead Rebirth. Because then you heal, like, if I had that, I would get healed for, I would only receive 98,068 HP, right? Because I was at 1. I need to then also take 1 damage and then heal that for it to turn into Undead Rebirth. It's a super specific detail, because in what scenario would you use Living Dead, it turns into Walking Dead, you don't take any more damage, but somehow you get healed fully. Like, you have to, like, the mob has to kill you with its final blow, and then you kill it. And then you're standing there with 1 HP. Overhealing with your weapon skills wouldn't count. I'm pretty sure it doesn't count. It just so happens that it's extremely difficult to test this, so it's very difficult for me to prove it to you, but it is something that I have been told, that Living Dead actually means actual health restored. the reason why it says an amount of HP totaling your maximum HP is restored is supposed to mean that you need to actually receive the healing, like you have to actually gain HP from it, which means you have to be hit again at least once. I would love to see it proven wrong, because I haven't been able to test this. I haven't been able to test this, but it is something that I've been told by more than one Dark Knight. It is hilarious that it works like that. If it works like that. I'm pretty sure the origin of that that feature is before they added the healing component to Living Dead. No, Walking Dead. So they might have changed it since. But yeah, I agree. You would think the Walking Dead explanation would be before the additional effect. That is also... I don't think I've changed it, but originally... So my older guides have this in much more prominently than the newer ones on account of them being newer. But my older guides have, like, in the comment section a pinned comment. Either the pinned comment is a link to my new guide, or it's a comment detailing every single change that matters that has happened since the release of that guide. And in my original take on Living Dead, when we found out that it got this rework, because I read the tooltip and took it at face value, I said it looks like Living Dead causes you to heal for every weapon skill, which is insane. But, of course, it turned out that it is Walking Dead that does that. Ta-da! It is pretty funny. And to finish off on that thought, if you're the healer in a dungeon or a raid, and the Dark Knight clicks this button, this means that you should stop healing them. The only reason you should ever heal them while Living Dead is active is if you can see they will not be able to die within the duration of Living Dead. Because the way Living Dead works is that it's a countdown from 10, and if the Dark Knight dies within those 10 seconds, it refreshes to 10 seconds again, and then they heal. Good Dark Knights will use Living Dead with no other cooldowns, so they're going to, like, if you insist on healing them, you're doing it on your own. They're not going to use Rampart. They're not going to use anything else. That's on you. That's your problem. But if they use it, but you know they're not going to die in time. Like, you can see, yeah, you're taking like 10% of your HP every 2 seconds. You're not going to die. You're going to be so close to death that you're going to die immediately after the buff runs out. Then you have to heal them, of course. Are the 10 seconds of Walking Dead enough to heal yourself with weapon skills? Well, we can sort of test that. Sort of test that. 5,681. Let's just use that as an example. So, while Walking Dead is active, your weapon skills will heal you for around 28,000, 29,000-ish, around that amount, maybe a bit less. At least 4 GCDs should be possible in Walking Dead. At least 4. If it activates at the perfect time and you have a little bit of skill speed, you might be able to fit 5. But I don't have 100,000 HP. So as long as it heals for more than 24,000 really, well, 25,000 I think is a safer bet. If it heals for at least 25,000 and you don't get interrupted, you can do GCDs for 10 seconds, then you are guaranteed to survive Walking Dead on your own with no help. But yeah, 28,000 per GCD, and that doesn't even account for the fact that Soul Eater, if you're using that, heals for like an extra 6,000 on top of that. And yeah, in those 10 seconds you will heal for about your full health bar. So by that account, if Living Dead activates properly, and you don't need an invuln more than every 5 minutes, then Living Dead is objectively better than Holmgang in every way except one. Because Living Dead is Holmgang, except it comes with an attached benediction on it. Like just on the side. And it's not even just a benediction, it's like split out, so that you don't just get all the healing immediately, which sometimes is a good thing. The only exception where Holmgang is better is that Holmgang has a secret effect. It makes you immune to knockbacks, just like Arm's Length, and in a release. For some reason. I believe the reason is that Holmgang used to snare you to the ground, just like it snares the enemy to the ground. And that meant you were technically immune to knockbacks because you were stuck. And for some reason, the knockback immunity portion of the effect has stayed. Which means that a warrior can, at will, be immune to knockbacks for 10 plus 6 plus 15 seconds. Like 31 seconds of knockback immunity. So if you hate knockbacks, you should play warrior. And Stealthy Spy says it's pretty easy to get your health back when you get knocked down to 1 health. Exactly. And Holmgang may not have the self-heal, it's just that warriors themselves have good self-healing ability. That is true. Warriors Bloodwetting heals for slightly more, like around 2,000 potencies worth of healing and shielding combined in its duration, if used correctly. And if you use Nascent Flash, it's 3,600. It's worth. And that is true, Stealthy Spy. Any job that has a dash can block most knockbacks by dashing at the right time. Most can. There are some knockbacks that stun your character while you're getting knocked back, and sometimes it doesn't. You can't do it. Sometimes it relies on latency so that you can queue up the dash so that you do it, but you're stunned. It's really janky, but sometimes it works. Anyway, I think I've covered everything I planned to cover. So if you enjoyed this stream, thought it was very entertaining, make sure to leave a like so YouTube knows. I don't have anything else left to cover. So that means that this stream is drawing to a close. Thank you all so much for watching, and thank you for the good ideas as we were attempting things throughout the stream, and the good conversations about mechanics and tricks and gimmicks. It's awesome. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you all very soon. I don't have anything else. So, good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And remember, Blue Mage is almost cheating. Good night.